That's pretty awesome there. I hate the fact that I can't drive anymore. Well, I can drive. It's hard to drive. Matter of fact, it's soft. It's hard. It's soft car. So it's goes to your temporary file until it goes to your permanent. So yeah, it'll do that. iClone will do that. I find that's a little something I've learned a long time ago. So if it's crashing on you, it's probably when you free up some hard drive space,
So I was like, well, let's see what character created this and another because I wanted to use characters and whatnot. So it was like, all right, cool. iClone, I was like, ugh, like instantly, ugh. Like I was like, nope. There was no way anybody's using this in their right mind. So you got to be a little, you got to be a little off to use this shit. So I
yeah.
was, that's just how I felt about it. I mean, I'm not, if you can use it proficiently, bruh, do your thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't for me. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay. So I was like, well, I won't use iClone, but I definitely will use Character Creator. Then I ran into one major issue, and that was the whole shape key thing. So I was like, or the blink keys and the morphs, and I was like, not a matter of making the character, but more of having the characters talk. So I was like, yeah, see, I ain't got time for that. Like I was like, I don't have that technology. I don't have $1,200 to waste, or even $150 to waste on an iPhone refurbished. So I was like, okay, what's the Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm. What? Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah, yeah, that's the deal. So I was told directly that you consider an iPhone X, like even stuff like the Coach AI and the other one that you got Siri, like you really said it's Android, you can put your business stuff on it.
Oh man, that's the same guy. Right, right.
Yeah, they say that you can compare it to
Well, yeah. I don't think that I really don't see that because I'm connected to my connection is up to like almost like the sauce. I'm like, man, I don't hear nothing like I ain't heard that Siri. Yeah, because I see the difference between that's just it's still I don't know. Any iPhone is a
they did something like so when I was like, all right, yeah, I know how that works. Like you were saying about yeah, because as soon as they acquired it, they did the whole and then after they did and they did
right, right.
one of us, every one of us upgraded to the new version, but we couldn't because we were in production. So soon as you switch over to stuff like so like let's say for instance, after 6 months, trying to get back on track. So I was like, yo, so for me, I'm stuck on the version 3 or everything else is supposed to be version 4. I'm not even gonna switch to version 5 because they working on 4 software. So I was like, there's nothing in regards to it being different because I know even like what you were saying, I don't use
So I'm gonna start
I
using
so I don't care what you do with them. They don't care what you do with me. So for me, okay, even if you switch to this platform, you can still use this one. Just have a new iPhone. You know what I'm saying? So the issue is people want the things that work so perfectly. So that's what I'm wondering. You know what I mean? Like when we talk about it, they just wanted to do it. You know what I'm saying? They just wanted to do it like they wanted to do it. But you know what I'm saying? They got yeah, the target audience for those younger generations is a little bit different than you would think. So what does somebody with your background say to younger people who are trying to like my age or after you basically, based on knowing what technology basically is? However, for me, my thing was with iPhone was the only advantage to it to me was the Apple Watch. So something to that degree. Other than that, I was just like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like it just I didn't see what I could do. So but I was like, no, I'm good with it. That's just I'm looking at you, one like that man that clicked 6 things to do this one thing that I could have did instantly in Blender.
exactly,
So I
exactly.
was like, yeah, I'm good, coach. Y'all got it. You know what I'm saying? Like I was thinking everything. So it's like I'm like, yeah, I can do this to do what I have people say, well, how you do it? I'm like, well, the biggest issue I find anyway, not just for Blender, is most people don't want to read the menu of the thing you're doing. Not this ain't documentation.
only way you could get it back then. It was like, oh. It's his baby mama.
For me one of the biggest issues that's one of the biggest issues that I ran into too. Because it's like I'm not giving you $200-300 for something you just go on. And
Well,
I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm like my because people say, oh, you feel like no, fuck, I'm not. I'm like, what can I do to fix this? Because I always say the reason why people are running over to Unreal for rendering is because they're getting that result.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm not going to get that result almost real time. Feel me? So because it's you getting that result that I can get it's whatever. And it's still what I can do number two, but I'm like, I want somebody else that has the program to do like here's what I got for a character. Now go. Now send that to me and I'll do it. Send it to my other send it, I got four niggas already trained out. So I just like you do. That's the pipeline. So it's like, so I'm like, I'll do the animation. It's great. All here characters in Blender and do film in Blender. You know what I'm saying? And use Blender as the source to do all of it and not for it to be somewhere else. But they already knew people were going to jump on that whole, well, I want to bring it in Unreal. I want to take it into Unity. So they added the baking feature. They added the feature to be able to export it. So what I find is somebody that trains certain people, they don't know the base part of the program. That's the thing that gets my I'm like, if you don't know how to use the base program, stop asking me to get the help. Because you don't even, I'm telling you should know is in the file menu. Like, I don't understand why am I telling you this. So if you don't know that basic thing, please stop asking me these advanced questions where you don't even have the base.
You need to get your feet. You need to get your feet in the fucking pot. You know.
Yeah.
Right. You know, because I mean, I'm like when I first started out, and I ain't gonna lie, when I first started out, I started out with Blender, I used to go into the Blender forums. I used to make models. Used to do. I mean, this I didn't had no schooling. This is before I went to school, and that shit's hard, man. That shit is totally hard. I mean,
Yeah, it's
I tried and tried, and I mean, then it started coming to me, and I started learning how to model and stuff like that. But I was to the point, it's like, man, I was like, by the time I make what I want to make, I'll be an old ass man.
yeah,
I
yeah.
need to get, I need to get to animate. I want to models. I mean, I was on to pre-rig shit, and then I found out. Then I started learning about animation, how it's made. Like you got people who model, you got people who rig, you got people who animate, and you got people do this. So I said the only part I want in 3D animation, I want to learn how to animate before I do anything else, because I
Yeah.
spend hours, I mean fucking hours trying to learn how to model a humanoid, man. Hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I just said, you know what? I feel like, and then you spend months doing this shit. You just feel like, what I got to show for it is just this ugly ass looking humanoid. I'm like, no, man. I want to animate. I want to like. There's plenty of roles I can do. I want to animate. And I focused on animation. So that's why I picked up iClone 3. I think iClone 3, and they had some ugly ass models. I mean, they had the ugliest models out there. And then I picked up DAZ, and I started playing around with DAZ, and I went to Poser, you know, and then I found another program called Make Human. So I was like, okay, so they make things, they generate human beings. I just gotta put my art to it, whether it's
Yeah.
a pose or whatever, my animation. So I just started doing that. Then I got into animation. Then I went to school for animation. I started learning a whole lot of shit. I learned about animation compositing and motion builder. I feel like I didn't know that existed. And they say, yeah, you could go in there, and the same way you would use After Effects to composite visual effects and stuff like that, from a picture. You would do it the same. You apply the same logic to Motion Builder. So
Yeah.
when I started thinking like that, I started getting the Motion Builder, and Motion Builder is like my prime animation program that I still use it to this day. I go
Right.
in there and like I would take a walk cycle and make it into something totally else. Make it to a walk cycle. Then somebody like pull a gun from behind their back, talking and all stuff. This often was a simple walk cycle. And then I learned how to stack animations on top of each other, blend them, and all the other stuff. I was doing all this shit um in class because we were just only supposed to get like what Maya, Max, and make like boxes and squares. Like fuck that, I download the whole suite. I
Yeah.
download the whole suite, and I use that shit. It's strange. I paid over $70,000 to go to school, and they wasn't teaching me shit. Everything I've learned was basically on my own. My own and
Yeah.
YouTube. And I got to a point to the school. They wanted me to take some I don't know, some fucked up ass courses. I'm like, listen, why I gotta take this? I'm like, I'm ready to work. I'm ready. I mean, y'all see my stuff, see my portfolio. I was so good in one class that the teacher like, pass me out. Like, you doing work on my level. Shit, get out of here, kid. Get out of here.
Yeah. I mean,
And
like
then
that's
he came back and wanted
yeah.
to hire me, to go up there and work. That name, some company called Naughty Dog or something like that. So that's where he worked. He was there teaching. He's like, man, you come to me. And he told me if I ever need me a job, come to him. I lost it. Well, I got kicked out of school
Yeah.
because I cursed the teacher out, and I said, and I told the work was repetitive and shit like that. And then they fucking suspended me. They suspended me or something because they don't like nobody talking. I mean, the chick talked down to me. All right, she talked down to
Yeah.
me. Right, and I had to say correct her. And then I got into it with everybody. And next thing you know, I said, well, fuck it, I'll just leave. Kiss my ass. I left school. I said school is a joke. For anybody to go, school is a joke. You know, but uh,
Yeah.
but yeah, but when I tell, but they took my money. I'm still paying them. So I'm like, shit, fuck it.
Right.
I mean, they took it. I mean, I'm
Exactly.
still paying the loan off. I mean, shit. That's why I hope this fucking loan shit go through, so you can like file for bankruptcy. Because boy, as soon as I get a chance, as
X
soon as I
day
get a
on the
chance.
hoopers day.
Yeah, man.
Right.
Everybody's like, should I go to school learn how to 3D? Nope. Just if you ain't got the program, I'll be honest with you. Like I said, for a lot of years, I had to. I mean, I want to do 3D ever since that fucking Final Fantasy 3D shit came out a
Mm.
long time ago. I've been
Yeah.
wanting to do 3D animation. Then Pixar, but Pixar was first, You know, I was like, hey, that looks cool. Then the Final Fantasy thing, I was like, man, I gotta learn how to do that. I was already drawing comics and shit. So, you know, me and my friends, you know, my friend had one friend who one friend. See, I never bootlegged the shit. My friend did, and he would bring me the stuff, and I would play with it, you know, and that's how I got into it. And then when I got into school, I was able to buy it with my student licenses and shit like that. But after that, man, I was like, you know, I was like start buying it myself. Like Eva said, no, you should start buying your stuff and using it because I got to a point where I was tired of getting viruses on my computer.
Yeah.
So I just started.
Like one of the things that I looked at that I was like, man, I don't know. I say this all the time. And I'll be saying it to Casanova when sometimes we'll be watching your stream and he'll call me and I'll be like, why are you calling me? But anyway, so we sitting there talking and we sitting there talking, and one of the things that I always looked at, I was like, I don't see how he, like, it's not even a patience thing. I was like, how can he still be using this? Like, just be okay. Then it hit me. And I said it one day, he said something, I was like, I don't remember what it was, but it hit me. I was like, you use what you know.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, he knows it. So even if it's jacked up, even if it's stuff that he can't use anymore, he does know what he knows. So he can go that far and still be able to make it at the level he wants to make it at. So I can't really. So me saying it don't even make sense. It's like I sound stupid now. Why? Because it's like I'm looking at it from the standpoint where I'm at. When people look at me and go, well, "How you still use the? What about Maya?" I'm like, Maya convoluted as fuck.
Yeah, don't fuck with Maya.
Like no, I know. I said Maya convoluted as fuck. I say this literally. I say, you know what? When I hear people say this, well, it's great for animation.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
but if
No, it's not. That shit
hear me out, hear me out. I say, yeah, if you know how to animate. Like the issue is like people act like it's just gonna do it. Like I'm like, you do understand that the person behind the the pen or the mouse is the thing. The program is just a tool. A hammer don't hammer no nails, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's like a gun don't shoot no targets. So it's like, what are you talking about? Like if I got proficient in Cinema 4D, I'd be proficient as hell in Cinema 4D. It's just that simple. So I had to sit back and go, well, hell, the man proficient in iClone. All right, shut up. He's proficient with it. Like it doesn't say I'm not gonna mess with it. Why? Because just like I learned how not to smoke and drink is by looking at other people do it.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh no, nah, bro, I don't want none of them problems. I'm good. I like to eat.
I had rope. Yeah, you're right.
So I'm like, nope.
Man, you are so right, man. I mean, when I was a kid, I used to see my uncles and shit get fucked up and fight. All they do is get fucked up and fight. That's all they do.
I'm like, I'm good, bro. Like, nah, I'm good. I want them problems. Y'all had it.
Nah, I'm good. I don't want to sit back and get sober and find out how I got this big ass grapefruit on my eye, you know.
Yeah. So when I look, I go, because my mindset, like again, I was talking about, I'm talking about iClone. I said, nothing about character create. Why? Because my only issue was I couldn't animate the face. Because I was like, again, like I said a little while ago, I ain't no iPhone. What I need that for? Why do it need to be proprietary to that? Why not you just make it where it's like, okay, you just need a video and it just had to have depth. Okay, cool. Every phone I've ever had has that. If you say, well, no, what is that? I said, no, they don't have it set up for the Android system, but that don't mean that the phone don't have it. I said, how can I get into a VR game if they don't have the depth sensor? It has to have a fucking depth sensor.
Yeah, Android still have depth sensor. I mean, it's bullshit. They can make this shit work because this is what it is. The iClone Live thing is basically it's faceware, right? Now, who bought faceware? Apple.
Yeah.
So I don't know why Apple did that, but Apple just said, okay, we're gonna take the best shit out there. We're gonna buy the company, and then we're gonna take that shit and we're gonna make it so only our phones work with that technology, you know.
Yeah.
But if you want to, you can also buy the faceware program, which is thousands of dollars. Then you got to buy those cameras, which is thousands of dollars. You know, we're like, man, flip y'all, man. The faceware is the best on the market.
And the thing that gets me is they do this, but I'm like, but who are you? Because you're definitely not doing it for the man in his basement. Nope. You know, like I'm like, there's no way you're doing this. That's why I cannot stand with the passion when people get going. Like we was talking about JS Films, right? It's like, why are you showing people stuff you can't even buy it? Nope. So what are you? Why are we even looking at? Man, make your damn movie. Show us your workflow. Do your process. Like that's what we here for. Even the people that's pretending like they care about you playing the demo of the Matrix, they hoping that the next video is, hey man, I'm working on the film. Like, no, man, come on, bro.
Yeah.
Like if you had absolute access to be able to look at the behind the scenes workflow at Lucasfilms, you gonna be worried about the catering, or you gonna be worried about what technology they're using, or you trying to learn what they know?
I'm gonna stop by the catering truck, grab a couple burritos, and sit down and
And
watch
sit down and watch them work. What they doing? Man, I watched a video on from Ari, you know, the camera company, and they were showing the behind the scenes stuff, some of it behind the scenes stuff for the Rings of Power. Man, changed my whole entire workflow.
Wow.
Because dude was like, I figured out how to, he was like, the director was like, these cameras allow me to be able to use the lowest possible aperture size and still keep the detail and the focus I wanted. I've been using that focus ever since. And it's never broken. And I'm like, yo, and I use because in Blender you can go in there and say, oh, I want this camera. So it has the Alexa, it has the Arri Alexa 65 LF, and I think the other one, I can't remember the other one. So those are set up in there. I can do the reds all the way up to 8K. I can do a 16K camera. I can do all of that. Just by going in there and just going to click, there it is. Like I ain't even got to go do no extras. If I want to change the horizontal or the vertical, I can do that by default. Yeah, I know you can do it in Unreal and other programs. This is not a play on saying they can't. This is one of those things where it's like, I went and sat down and watched I got a chance to watch the workflow. I got a chance to see how they set up their metadata. I got a chance to see how they go about it. Because I've been on movie sets. I've seen these things. But then, like what was it? Not you didn't say it. It was something I was watching last night, dude, on Twitch. I was finna say it was you, and I was like, no, it was another person. He said he hadn't been working in the professional level of the industry for almost 15 years. He said, so a lot has changed. There's a lot of new techniques, a lot of cool technology that he would have to learn before he can apply his skill to it. You know what I'm saying? So I was saying to myself, yeah, I have a certain level of skill, but what I knew was from yesteryear versus, okay, this dude is in his 20s. They got a chance to direct a major freaking show, and he decided to do things that just made it feel different, made it feel more personal to the viewer. He wasn't trying to create a new style. That wasn't it. He was like, I'm not trying to create a new style. I'm doing all the techniques we all know. It's just that I wanted to make sure that when you watched it, it was like you were right there with the person talking. And that's what it did. And I was like, yo, so I'm doing this short film for a film festival that I don't even know what's going to happen, because the person that's doing it hit me up and was like, hey man, we're working on doing this film festival. So you know, but I say, fuck it, I just have my thing ready. So and it made me say, okay, I'll finally do this in a really wide, like basically like the same size you got right there, right? So say, okay, I do it in this here. I'm gonna go ahead and use all my settings I got logged out. Boom, boom. And I looked at the playback and went, whoa. So I showed one of my homeboys. He was like, he just says WTF.
Oh, strong.
He was like, WTF, fire. He was like, man, I done seen you do some stuff, but I ain't seen this yet. I was like, I know. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I didn't want to bring it out until the second film. But I was like, since I'm gonna do this here, it's gonna go to a film festival. Let me go ahead and knock their face in. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the things where I'm like, your skill level. So if I wanted to say, man, I need something done to iClone, you think I'm calling me? No, I'm calling Alvin. Hey, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, what you got going on?
I get you.
Oh,
I get you.
Hey, here you go. Hey, can you do this for me? I'll run you a few bills, because I understand you got other stuff going on. I just need that done.
Yeah.
Right? Because I feel like I can get that, and I can get that back, and then I can do what I need to do. So it's like when I told my boy, I was like, dude, like this guy, I declined anyway, but he, you know, and I say, man, look, if I create a character, and there's a character, create a character, and I send it to you, I just need you to go put it in iClone, get the facial key set up, and then send it back to me. That's all I need is that, and I just need that data. Because in Blender it's gonna become shape keys, and I'm a monster. I just need the data. So as I got the data, I can fix it, get it how I want, go get it as extreme or as not as I need to. But I also know how to get those characters to look a certain way, to look more detailed versus what they did look versus what they would look like anywhere else. Because I've had them. I had some. I messed around and deleted the doggone folder, making room on my computer. But I showed Casanova, hey man, let me show you the difference between this HG model and this CC model. And I had them side by side. They were the same character. It was the same character for the same show, but I originally had made it in CC, but realized I couldn't use it, so I said I just ditched it and tried to make him in. No, I did make him make human, and then HG came out, and I was like, "Yo, I'm getting that." Like the day it hit, I just was like, "I'm getting that," and I just went and bought it. It was $68. Let me get that. I'm not giving you 128 because let's be real about it. That don't make sense to me. So I was like, "All right, cool."
I was using I still use sometimes Bastoni's Lab. Remember that?
I think so. Yeah.
I used to use
Yeah,
that
yeah,
a
yeah,
lot,
yeah, yeah,
man.
yeah. I have it. Matter of fact, the short I did called Spirit Hunters, the second one, not the first, the second one. The green creature in that was a MB Lab.
Oh, it
Because
was?
yeah, because I was able to get the morphs I wanted because it has, man, the details you could put in there is so crazy, but the resolution of the characters is kind of clunky. Like it's kind of 2008. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, because I didn't. And me, I'm sorry, I ain't about to do all the UVN and all that texture. And y'all, I leave that to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not interested in learning it. So if anybody interested in wanting to upgrade character skins for me, you are more than welcome. But I am not doing it. All right. So,
I don't
but yeah,
blame
so that was it. Yeah. So that was the whole thing for me. It was like understanding like what each program does and its strengths. So I was like, dude, I feel like if you got somebody that's avid here and avid there, even if you got two people animating at the same time, one in some, let's just say somebody in Blender and somebody in iClone, but they're using all the same characters, that workflow was pretty much seamless because if I send that character back to you, it just goes back in the iClone. So, and then you're taking that and moving it from iClone to Unreal to get the final result, bruh. The workflow is beautiful. This is not to say, oh, we could do it in Blender. Yes, we could. And that workflow wouldn't be bad.
Mm-hmm.
The only issue would be is if something decided to break, we got to figure out where it broke.
Yeah.
That's it. But if it breaks between iClone and Unreal, we're gonna know where it broke because iClone going, I mean Unreal, iClone, yeah, iClone and Unreal gonna tell you what broke.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, oh, okay, I see what's wrong. Let me go fix that. So I'm like, dude, people, it's like, man, I get why certain workflows exist. I ain't never against that. My issue has been more in tune to I don't want to be using something that is literally trash and just they just trying to put it off like it's good. I don't like the practices, but I'm not one of the people to go, well, I ain't gonna deal with you because you're practice. I'm like, nah, you practice however you want to practice. Okay. You want to mess people over like that, cool, but I ain't gonna be one of them. Hi, where
Understandable.
you at?
Ibis, is he even still in here?
His face still showing. He just ain't saying nothing.
I think it was. I think that's his baby mama. He on the phone with. I mean, she. I heard she been tripping lately.
This screen is just sitting on what is it? What's that iPhone?
Like shit. I think the Ibis got like 20 baby mamas or some shit. Like
Yeah,
that's what he told me. I was like, how many kids you got? I said, he got like 40 kids. six different states and 4 different countries.
Stop being excessive, man.
Hey, that's how you roll, man. You play, you do what the players do. I mean, on the back, on his license plates, he got Rolling Stone on there.
I ain't playing with you or him.
You know what? Out this whole scene, this is all I'm going to take out this whole scene because I actually had I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna save this, and I'm gonna open up this one.
Okay, I need to put the wrong thing
in there. He locked you out of Zoom, man. Come on in. As long as you come in, your name ain't Joe, you okay. Do you know how to get in?
Well, I mean, Ibis still has to let him in though.
Oh, that's right. Ibis. Yeah, Ibis is
he the host, so he still had to let him in.
Yeah. Ibis is trying to negotiate paternity test or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's got a coup going on over
there. All right. Yeah, I think Ibis did say one day, he said, he don't know how I got the patience. I'm like, I like, listen, man, if you like did what I did, the way I learned how to do this shit, to where I'm like, I wanted a program that I didn't have to do any modeling. I could just make my characters. I was like, fuck. I was like, when I came across Poser and Dash, I was happy, but I couldn't get, for some reason, I could never make nothing of them. But I got my hands on iClone. Actually, I saw Kai. Kai, his name Kai Dinab. He works for Real Illusion. He did this thing with the Genesis One female character where he had that chick talking, and I'm like, oh my god, you can just take the voice and stick it on her, and they'll do all the Vismes and all that stuff, and I don't have to sit back and do them one by one. I'm like, oh hell no. And I sit back, it's like, damn, I need and I think it was iClone 5. I say, damn, I need $100 to get this shit. This one Dash 3D was selling. I was like, I need $100. So
Right.
I called my friend up. You know, he worked for a comic book company, and I was like, hey man, you got some work? He's like, yeah, you got some work. I was like, hey, I need about 300. He's like, okay, do us. I just did one cover for one of their books, and he paid me. I put that motherfucker. I bought that shit the next day and learned how to use it. I did nothing but learn how to use that program. I learned how to use that program, iClone 5, in like maybe like 3-4 days. And that's because I was going online. I mean, I really learned through YouTube. You know, I really learned how to use it. I found this guy called Warlord, Mark Pleasant. It's a couple other people too. Dude named Director X. You know, a whole bunch of people. You know, I only went to the people who were good, not the people who were making dance videos. I didn't fuck with them. You know,
I feel
so
your
I
man.
ain't spend. I ain't spend my hard earned. My right hand did sit back and tire itself out over
Real.
I mean, $300. You know, $300. Like shit. Usually I try like about 5 or 6. But I said, man, I need it real bad because I really want this program before it goes off sale, because it was gonna go off sale. You know, it was on sale. You know, I was like, shit, I need to get it. It's gonna go off sale. I won't be able to afford it. Then I was like, fuck. So I went ahead and did it, got it, bought it, and it's been history ever since. You know, I mean, it was like a kid with a new toy, man. It was like, I was like, man, I stayed up. Like, you know, when you got your first Nintendo, and you
Yeah.
sat there, you played that shit from like sun up, sundown, and then when sun came back up again, that was me. I was like,
Right.
damn. I mean, man, I liked it too. I mean, I was like, damn, I finally got a program that I can make shit in, you know.
Yeah.
You know, and I had a pipeline, you know, I had a pipeline set up, motion builder, iClone, the two. I had a motion builder, iClone, the blender, and then iClone kept on evolving. iClone, it was like Dash stopped evolving. Dash just decided it just wasn't going to evolve more. What you get is what you get, and that's all you get. You know,
Mm.
that's what Dash
Yeah.
was. Dash was bullshit. Poser was getting the same way. Poser was just like, you know, it just made me angry. Poser made me angry, you know.
Right.
And then a newer versions come out, I couldn't afford it, so I'm like, man, I'm stuck in Poser 7 forever. You know. So I said, fuck it. I was like, I'm gonna take my chance with that. At least these people, at least I know this going, you know, they're gonna release one every year, you know. It did. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. iClone, it does have their issues. It
Right.
has their issues, but um, yeah, like I said, it has issues, but um, I don't know. I mean, it's just I stuck with this pro. I've been sticking with this program since 2015, 2014. I bought it 2015,
Yeah.
16. So you know, and I've been actually more productive with this program than I had ever been with Daz or
Mm.
Poser. You know, and with Blender. Blender, I started with Blender. You know, but I say no, I can use Blender to make my models that I could bring over here. You
Yeah.
know, so I went from like animating and stuff with Blender back in the day to actually use it just to make my models and even export models out and fix them and then take it back. That's how I'm so proficient at doing it. You know, like if there's a problem with my model, I would just take it, ship it over to Blender, fix it, then bring it back to iClone. You know, and that's the way I've been working. That's how I'll be making my shit. You know.
Yeah. I'm with you. And that's the thing that I looked at for myself. Oh, that's the thing I looked at for myself. I was like, um, I'm just gonna use what I have, but at the same time, I had to like really learn how. I'm trying to think about how to put it. I had to learn how it worked. You know, and I think a lot of people don't want to sit down and just learn how the thing works. And I feel
Our
like
guiding
even
vision
if I
for
learn how
MetaHuman has
iClone
been
work,
the
like
democratization of
it's
complex
deep
character
inner
intelligence,
workings
allowing you to work
that I
faster
would have it,
and
but
see
there
the
would still
results
be
you
things
need.
where I go, okay, go in a blender,
A character is only
because
truly
it's certain
believable
things when I
if
see,
its
I'm
motion
looking at the
fidelity
problem you
matches its
have on
visual
something like, oh
fidelity.
yeah,
But
I'd have
animating at
fixed
this
this
level
already.
is a hard task
Like
in
I'd have
even
had
the
this
most skilled
fixed
studios.
20
Some
minutes
of our
ago.
best work
And it's
Right,
not
is
like,
already
oh,
captured,
it's like, no,
but
it's
this
like,
took
because
specialized
the thing I
hardware
would have
and
done,
weeks or
there's a
even months of
whole
processing
tool
time.
just for that thing.
While MetaHuman
Like
creators
just
gave
for
you the
that.
ability to
And then
generate
he's got to
high-quality
jump over the
characters,
motion builder to do because he
animating
can't
them
do that.
still
And that's
wasn't as
cool.
easy.
But it's
This is
like
why I'm
I
very
don't have to
excited
leave the
announce
program.
a new capability to
And
develop
that was
a
the
new
thing for me. I
product,
was like, ooh, I got to switch
MetaHuman
between this and then
Animator.
this might just decide to crash
MetaHuman
because I switched
Animator
to another
contains
program.
the
Like
essence of
it's
our 4D
like,
pipeline,
oh, I lost.
but
You don't have enough
optimized to run
room?
on a
Crash.
single
Like,
machine.
nah, I'm good.
It is able to use
Yeah.
iPhone,
Yeah,
You know,
wait,
so
yeah,
as well as
yeah, exactly. I
stereo
was getting ready to tell you that.
professional
Like when
systems.
he was
And
telling me what was
today,
happening to
we're
him,
going to demonstrate
and I
how it
know
works.
when he's like every
For
time you
this,
try to
we're
use
going
it,
to
do
use
something, it
Mel,
crashes. Like, yeah,
our
I
technician
think
John
it's
Cook,
because you probably out
and
of
just the
disk
phone.
space because for some reason I've never seen this happen
Mel,
before,
can you
but
take your position, please?
iClone will crash on you if
Let
you
me
don't
know
have
when you're
enough
ready.
disk space for it to constantly save. So while you work with iClone,
Yeah.
it constantly saves. It
Okay,
constantly saves.
and
So when
action.
so if it crashes,
I need
it'll
performance
come
capture
back,
to work like a
you
mirror.
know,
I need to
and
capture
boot you
whether
back
I'm
up where you
acting
left
scared
off of, you know, but the data is still there.
or
The
angry.
data is going to be still there, and it could be like 3, 4,
Sometimes
5, 6
all I need
gigs,
is
you
a
know,
look.
of shit it got there. And if it can't save,
Cut. Thanks,
if
Mel.
it
That
can't
was great.
save,
Yeah, you're
it's going to crash. It's going to say nope,
Okay.
can't do it. Go back, go
Our
back to where you
technician
left
John
off at.
is
You know, clear your hard
currently
drive
pulling
off.
Mel's performance from the phone onto
Does
his
it all the
machine,
time, and I'm
where
like,
everything
when
will be
I told him that,
processed
he's
locally.
like, when I told him that,
We
he's
have
like, shit,
updated
man,
our
I got like
library-based
2 gigs
mobile
left. I
app
was
to
like,
capture
yep,
all data
that's
at the
why.
best resolution possible with the
Right.
device.
Yep, that's why. I mean,
MetaHuman
yep.
Animator uses
I
video
like.
embed data
I thought
to
iClone was broke, but
convert
it's not. It's
this
sort of got like
data into
something
high
built
fidelity
in to where
performance
if
animation,
it sees
and it can even
if
use
you don't have
audio
enough
to produce
data for what you're
convincing
working on right
animation.
now, it's
John
going
is
to
currently
cut
scrubbing through
off.
the take frames
If you don't have
that
enough
process.
space for that data, it's going to
John,
shut
are
off.
we
I'm
all
like,
good with the
oh,
data?
Crazy.
yeah, it's crazy shit, man.
So
It's
from now
like
on,
damn.
it's just
I
a single
mean, I don't
button
know.
click to
I don't
pick
even
up
know
the
if it's in the manual or
processing,
not.
which for
I never
performance of
once
this
read
length
that
will
manual.
take less than a minute to convert into animation.
Maybe it's in the manual, whatever. But yeah, that's
So
how it's
Mel,
made.
while that is processing,
So
let me
he's
show you
probably
something
like
else.
deleting shit off his
Oh,
computer
is that me?
Yeah,
as
this is
we
what we
speak.
refer to as your MetaHuman DNA.
It's like, oh, I didn't know
The
that. Like, yeah,
page version. Today is custom
you know,
like a
you got. I mean, I'm
Jack
like,
Dempsey.
hold up, man.
Excited
You
to
got
see the
he
results?
has a
Yeah,
thread
can't wait to
ripper
see
and
it.
a 3090. So his shit, he
I
should
need
be like
performance capture to
rocketing
work
to the
like a
moon
mirror.
right now.
I need to
And,
capture whether
I
I'm
mean,
acting
his
scared
shit is like, I mean, you got a fucking
or
thread
angry.
ripper, and iClone is
And
closing on you. Like,
sometimes
no, it's
all I
closing
need is a look.
because you don't have enough space on that hard drive. It's like, oh damn, yeah, thanks. You know, yep. Don't mention it. Give me my money for my consolation fees. Yeah.
I consulted.
you.
I need
So,
that.
Mel,
man.
what do you
Yeah, I
think?
need that. I need
I
that money,
think it's
man.
incredible
I need to.
because it usually
I'm
takes
trying to get
months
me a.
between
I'm
performance
I'm
capture
looking.
and getting any results back. So this is
I'm trying to
blowing
get
my mind.
trying to get my hands on a fucking
All of this
47.
is
I was
sold
trying to
directly
get this
onto Animator
4080,
friendly controls. In
but
this
I'm trying
case,
to get
we
my
are
hands on
using a
this
bespoke 4D rig,
on this
which we created
4070.
together
It'll
with
work.
GT Rig for
It'll
Hellblade
be
2,
good for a good
but it's
2,
also
3,
ready
4
to use
years
on
until I
any
buy another one.
MetaHuman or any other rig that
Yeah.
I
follows on
can't
your MetaHuman.
find my show enough. Or hold up, I think I know where it is. It's up here. I'm in animations, not characters. That's why it's not where it's supposed to be. I still got this JS film animations that I clicked up.
Yeah. I never deleted them. I still have them. Too.
Yeah, I still have them, man.
I didn't see the point in getting rid of them. I'm like, I could use them for something.
Yeah. That's what I say. I could use this shit.
That's
for
kind of the
something.
point. I thought, you know what I'm saying?
But I had to clean those things up, man, because some of that shit was
Yeah,
kind of
it
wonky.
was-
I had to clean it up.
Yeah, I had to, but but he changed it up a few times so that it could be easier because that thing was like 480,000 frames. And I'm like, yo, you tripping, man. You ain't optimized this for nobody. Like, come on, bro. So he changed, I think he did it twice. So the one I got was the second iteration of it. Then I realized what I was messing up at is I was trying to run it with the keyframes instead of pushing it down. So, you know, of course, in the editor and Blender, you just push the animation down and that becomes read only. So now it's read data and it moves way. I'm talking about flawlessly fast. So I was like, all right, cool. So I just kept sliding it over until I found the section I wanted. Then I just was like, all right, cool. Now I'm going to retarget this to the same armature. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just gonna bake this set of frames right here between 0 and 280, and that's all I want because this
right.
So I was like, all right, so I'll bake that down to the same armature and then take that animation and then retarget it to my HG model. So
Huh.
it just became an easier workflow versus trying to find it for that one model. Because I would have been sitting there still to this day trying to, retarget 480,000 frames because he just
Yeah.
let the thing run. I'm like,
I took that shit when I got this shit from him. I took it straight into a motion builder. And had no problems.
right.
Motion builder don't care. Motion builder don't care if it's like 1,000,000 frames long. It's still gonna bring it in.
No, I mean, yeah, no, Blender brought it in. That wasn't the problem. The problem for me is I was trying to run it with the keyframes open, so it's tracking the keyframes.
Oh,
So I just had to push it down, so it's a read only file in the program. Because
he
I
didn't.
mean,
He didn't optimize it all. I mean,
no,
well,
it wasn't that. It was just that it was just too big. Like it's like it was like 50, not 50. It was like almost like 400 megabytes of freaking just data.
damn.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh,
I think it was like
yeah, you know what?
558 megabytes of data, bro.
Okay,
Like,
I forgot. He used that suit, right?
yeah.
So
So
that-
I had
yeah,
to,
yeah.
So I just had to push it down, and then I just scanned it to this. It played just fine. It was because it's one of the tricks I learned from Marco. He was like, anytime he brought anything in from like iClone or whatever, he was like, especially like the shape keys for the face and stuff. He was like, one of the biggest issues that he found was trying to play it back with it being with the keyframes still could be seen is reading those keyframes. Versus if you push it down in the layer, it becomes a track now. So since it's a track, it's read only. It still does the thing, but it plays flawless. It's just like you're playing it like there's no lag, no nothing. It's just playing. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. So all I did was just drag that down and then retarget the part I want. I mean, not retarget, bake the part I wanted to that same armature, and then just made that a separate animation. And then that's what I retargeted to my issue. So.
I was gonna tell you, man. Hey, did I ever tell you? Did they ever show you the girl that based his daughter off on?
Yeah. I watched it right now.
Oh, you watched it? You saw the girl?
Yeah.
She cool like me. I'm like, damn, man. Like, damn. I'm like, shit. Maybe. I don't know. If they ever run something, hey, can you cosplay Bruce Lee's daughter for me? Kicking faux show ass. Oh yeah. So another thing, Randy. I wrote a couple of extra lines to the script, man. I don't know if it's hard. Oh, you did. What'd you think?
Yeah. I didn't see the point, but I was like at the same time, I'm like, that's just the writer in me. I'm like, whatever. That's all I can. It's just like it's like whatever. Because I don't know. I don't know how to put it other than that. That was it. Just the writer in me is like it ain't necessary, but at the same time, you might see something I don't see. So I just was like, I ain't got nothing to say.
Oh, believe me, when this gets animated, you're gonna like it. I guarantee you. I just added I didn't add that much, just a couple lines, and yeah. I mean, everything else is there. It's just that like wait a minute, he's gonna pull this move off, but he ain't saying shit. It's gonna be like, nah, I gotta have him saying something. Like you gotta have him cause you sure enough is vengeful, right? So I want him to talk to his son, get all that love and all that feeling shit out your body, son. You want to use hate. That's the only thing we can get from Bruce Leroy. That's where you get your strength from, So,
Right.
And his son not thinking that last move, he put all his hatred towards Bruce Leroy into that last move before he died. But his son don't understand, it's that hate that killed your dad, not Bruce Leroy.
Right.
His all his energy went to that.
Yeah, well, he says the hate.
It's that hate they got for that man,
It's that hate.
But yeah,
that hate is hard.
But for sure, but Vasha, she gonna come up and she gonna teach him a lesson about about vengeance, how not to let it, it might change for sure. It might change him, He might change. He'd be like, my father, I finally understand my father was wrong or some shit like that. But what do you think of the scenes I've been working on so far?
No, I'm plus with it. I'm right now. I think the thing I'm looking at is like right here. I'm trying to figure out what's the transition point because I know he comes in because we did say that. So my mindset that's the thing I wanted to see was how he comes in and what does she do, because I do know that the best thing I can see is Leroy walking up and basically saying, hey, back up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I got this kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, no words, just because it don't need to be said. It's understood. He's yelling my name. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah. So what I had planned for that, I had it planned that I had it planned that they were going to, she was going to do this little thing right here where he watches her, and then right here, this would be the end of it, and then he applauds her, then she gets up, be like, yeah, you're like that, and then we do right after that we do this thing where like you see the next shot after that is them meditating, sitting down. He got like a little I guess like drinking some tea or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And while they drinking tea, then we go into the stuff that you wrote with the blah 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 blah. Here we go. All right, here it is. Maintains his state of being. So they're like drinking their tea and stuff, and then it's like, how about we do some meditation, before we go and watch. So they do a little meditation while they're doing the meditation. I mean, either they do meditation or they're drinking tea. One to two. They really do whatever. But then his daughter Vasha opens her eyes and then she smiles. So we go through all this stuff right here, and Vasha Bruce says perfect day, and Vasha nods. That makes me happy. Therefore, Vasha smiles. And father. Then we got Bruce and Vasha. So this is the part that changes right here. Preparing to eat. So I guess they're drinking tea or something still, and then for show comes in, and busts up and shit. So, actually, okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, so everything you did is still there. It's the only thing I added was just about what 3 lines, couple lines for Show Enough. That's about it, because I'm like, damn, you know what? I gotta make Show Enough do some mind jutsu.
I can't believe we got in. I always wanted to check this place out.
Yes, I love it.
This is nothing, Chris. You all should have seen Vegas. Now that was the life. I'm talking food, games, and real entertainment. Come on, Laney. You know we have eyes for you.
Matter of fact,
why don't we take off next month?
To do nothing.
There's a dairy convention there. We should probably attend anyway. As long as we're there, might as well enjoy ourselves.
I'm not sure that's possible, Sean. You forget
so I think he's just doing his mind jiu-jitsu shit. So I guess when he runs,
all work and no play, brother.
I guess when he takes on Bruce,
what they say.
Takes on Bruce,
yeah,
hurts Bruce and shit like that.
I think your brother's taking the job a little too
Bruce
serious.
Died. I mean,
somebody has to.
We can have
Look. This FDA thing is going to blow over by the end of the week.
Did you kill him?
How can you be so sure?
Because I talked to the inspectors myself.
I think you did kill him.
Something else.
I can't remember. Did you kill him? I know I read this.
And you two have been talking business. We're supposed to be celebrating.
Yeah, you know what? You're right.
What
Come
you do
on,
here?
let's check out
Take
the
back
fancy
what you
dance
took
floor.
from me.
What? I'm a
You should
great
take up the
dancer. I can do
stance.
one hell of a white man's overbite.
The master.
Yeah, that's good.
The show takes advantage of Bruce's Okay, I think this is it right here. Bruce Lee asked
Vegas, huh? The sin capital
sorry.
of the world.
Master. Yeah.
It's not all that
For
bad.
sure leads
Says
the ground
you.
to the brother of Bruce's body. No, father. Bruce's house.
So,
while she sits down looking at the
how
journal.
is the
Bruce got-
gambling?
Oh,
Any
no.
luck?
Well, you know I
well,
don't like to brag.
He didn't write here that he
But
died.
I
He just
did
know
walk away
he
with a
fell-
couple of
his
$1
face
million
fell to the ground.
more than
So,
what I started.
So we
Wow.
Right? So they left
That's
it open.
what
I
I
guess
call
you left it
luck.
kind of open there.
Luck has nothing to do with it.
They should left it kind of
It's
open there because
nature.
you don't say he
Nature?
just falls down. Then she runs
When
up
you're
to
born a
him
winner,
and then for show leaves.
that's all.
He left without saying nothing to her. I mean, he left.
He had already said he ain't got nothing. He there's no reason for him to talk to her. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't there for you. I don't even know you. I know him though. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all I know. That's all I ever heard was Bruce Leroy. Bruce Leroy this. Bruce Leroy that. I'm here to beat this dude ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
All I hear is Bruce Leroy.
I figured he would probably walk away with his back turned towards it. Like, if you was like, I know you his daughter. And if you want revenge, you can come to Cliff. Other than that,
No, that ain't the show enough thing. That ain't even because he's the son of Show Enough. You know what? To be honest, if we move forward, if you do it, if we say this is kind of like, let's say present day, I feel like he probably would say something like that. But I think in this case, let's just let the audience enjoy the fact that he just came in there, kicked his ass, and he literally just walks out like, I'm the master.
I'm the master.
I ain't got nothing to say. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yep.
I'm the master. So that's why later on in the thing, it's like he says, okay, finally. Because that's the intent. Like, you already know what's
Right.
up. Why?
That'd
She
be
just-
cool. That'd be cool.
You know what I'm
man,
saying?
because, yeah, I think that's cool because like actually that could be like the first episode right there. You know, he walks off and then the second episode could just be her like training to
Yeah.
the journal and all that shit. You know, damn, we can plot out almost a whole series now. We got second episode plotting. We plot a whole second episode. Shit. I got this scene right here. Like, yeah, I definitely want to put a scene in there also where she's like working out and shit like that, where she's doing her training. Her dad showing her. This is from something else I did. I'm like, you know what? This worked for this. I love this dojo. I don't know where I got the dojo from. I gotta go look at my shit where I got this dojo from. I did this thing back. I think I animated this back in 2017. I never used it. I made some renders off of it.
Hmm.
All right, so I need to work on him now. I need to put him into his stance. Let's see that. Oh yeah, let's see. Rand said he's back home, and he's gonna work on the lines. Okay. Gotta be the hard ass teacher for some. Cassie. Oh, yo, student in here, Casanova in here.
Well, might have been. I don't think he's still in there. He'd be in a hurry to go run off to other things for some reason.
Yeah. Didn't you say didn't he recently get married or something like that?
Nah. He had a little girl or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Like he had a girlfriend. What I mean to say.
How about you? Oh, he went to prison. No, he got a girlfriend. Oh, okay. Like little girl. Like, oh, that ain't right. All right. So I gotta do that trick. I gotta do this trick again where I blend the post mixer. Yeah, there we go. Do this, do that. There we go. Content, poses. No, I had matter of fact, I think you said something about JS Films a little earlier. I saw him. I think he put something up. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Probably about something got nothing to do with nobody.
Oh, what did he put? He put up something.
Get that dude sometimes.
It was something I can't remember. It was damn. The fuck he put up something. Fuck. Let me go to Instagram real quick. See what he put up. It was really important that I say something to you about it. You're right. People been showing this stuff. Yeah, okay. The difference between him and Wimbush. I like Wimbush's stuff because Wimbush will explain to you. He'll explain it to you. And he'll come down to a macro level. Macro level to you. He come down to a real small level, which is like, okay, you can't do this. I'm gonna show you how you can get away with doing this or that. JS Film is just straight tech. Just straight tech. If you ain't got it, don't bother.
Man.
There it is.
No comment there.
I ain't lying. The dude is really good. Just he was doing. That's what he was doing. He was doing AI text to music. That's the video I saw.
As soon as I see stuff like that, I just be like, I ain't interested. You can keep it.
Video for that was Unreal Engine 5.3 substrate path tracing, and I'm like, damn, I'm not even 5.2 yet. Yeah. Then he got a video. What's this? I don't know what this is. This is LTC cloth model to path 3. So he's doing a lot of. It's some cool stuff, but you're like, it ain't. What's this? Man? Roof Hall. I don't know what that video is, so I'm not going to bother touching it. What's the photo? All right. Yeah, so that's what he's working on. Don't know, but he's ahead of the game. He's on 5.3.
Yeah, I don't know about none of it. All I know is I'm waiting on the film.
I don't know, man. I think my little short here will probably be out. Hopefully I can get this out before the next comic book show comes. Because I think it'd be cool to have this playing in the background. Oh my God, Holly Berry, what's up with her, man? She's been taking some nice little photos lately. I've been having a crush on Holly Berry for a long time. That girl right there. Yeah. You know, she it'd be like she old, but I mean she's up there in age, but damn, she still look good. I mean, she's like the Eartha Kitt of our time.
Yeah. Nice. I mean, I expected most of them do. They hold out. What happened to Ibis?
I don't know what happened to Ibis, man. Is he still alive? He said, is he even still in here? Let's see. Is he?
He's showing he's still alive.
I don't think he's in here, man. Is he still streaming? He's still fucking streaming? Oh, what?
Yeah.
Go over there and say, hey, man, what happened? He's not even working. He's not even working.
It's just he's there. He's just sitting there. But
yeah, he's not doing nothing. It's been I don't know. I don't know. I hope he okay. He said he got a phone call.
All right.
Auto giving out them free blessings today. Get one blessing, get the next blessing for free. But Autumn. Autumn comes in here giving that good powder out. You know, I like it.
All right.
You know, I can't like one thing I like to have is positivity, man, because shit's just so fucked up these days. Chaotic, crazy, you name it, that's what it is. Okay, let me see. I got him standing in the back, so let's go back to Switch. So I'm gonna have to put some lights in here. This looks really good. I can't wait to get this in. So I got this whole part almost done. It's got the scene where he breaks in. I got to lay that out. I think what I need to do is cut this on and cut real time on. Find me some. Let me see. Let me cut this on.
Taco. Stop being lazy and do that. Go ahead and make his head turn. Stop being lazy, yeah.
I can't even see what you're doing unless you live streaming. I can't see what you're doing.
I'm not streaming. If I start streaming, we won't be talking because people will be like, "Hey, yo, what you doing over there?" My internet be like, "No, bro, we don't do that, bro." Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do it. Sadly. Yeah, I'm about to get ready to start doing a render. I'm working on that short film I was talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's sort of a continuation of one of the other films I had done. Well, I don't know. I guess because it was a one shot, so I guess it would be considered just a short film I did. The one that Rand was talking about, they better leave little Timothy in there. It's called the Native Solitude Heirs of the Galaxy, and I got that name from a generator. So I was like, I need a name, so I just typed up me and sci-fi Android children, and that's what it gave. So I just kept it, yeah. And then I was like, all right, cool. Native Solitude, Heirs of the Galaxy. Well, it was Native Solitude, and then the other one they had another one was called Heirs of the Galaxy. I was like, we're putting those two things together. So I just put it together. So this is the short film, and I think it's like, let me look at my page count. So I got 4 pages for this, so it's gonna be about 5-6 minutes because I got action I got to put in here. But it's like years later. So in the narration, it talks about um like how everything started, like like the mankind started having issues with the productive efforts, and they started then they resorted to manufacturing children, and then these were known as, like, because I basically said these were known as synthetic aids, and these aids were programmed with some sort of advanced algorithm known the most advanced algorithm known to mankind. These programs allow the children to be lifelike and real to the parents desiring to have a child in their lives. At the start of the 32nd century, see, people usually be going, oh, in the year 3050. No, dude, go further. Go further, bro. Go further. Go further, brother. Make it 5,000 or something like that. So the 32nd century, how long ago? That's a ways from now, right? So 32nd century, there was a change in the way that synthetic aids learned. No one was sure if it was a virus or something more malicious. And then I have a pause and it says emotions. So yeah, and then it says present day 3245. So then it starts there, but instead of trying to create this world that's so overly technological, it's like, no, the buildings won't become self-moving. We would just have different ways to move the building. So the building would still look like the old building downtown. It just would have, it would just have easier means to move the building. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I started thinking about, I was like, dude, cars really ain't that much different than it was when they first started. But like, yes, I'm like, no, the shape changed, but the construction's still the same. So the car didn't get more advanced. You just swapped out certain parts, but is it really technologically advanced? Like that advanced? Like it's so advanced that, like, if people say, well, the Tesla can do it, I'm like, yeah, but they had self-driving cars way back. They just had it on a strip. It was just on a line. It had a strip that it was attached to, and it did. So it's not like again, all you do was remove the strip. Exactly. Listen to those. Right.
Yeah,
But that's the whole thing that I wanted to do with the story. So I was like, I didn't want it to I just want, so basically the people fighting, or these android children are now teens, so to speak. So and somewhere along in the technology was allowed that do you remember the movie Bicentennial Man, where he would, over time, he was getting parts swapped out, so he had a heart that could die, he had lungs that he could breathe air. Like, so in this case, it's kind of sort of like a spin-off of that concept. So in the sense of the droid, so the droid is able to so-called grow or become to the next stage of evolution within what a child will become, from a child to from a, not necessarily an infant, because you get them kind of at adolescence. So you get them around about, they'll be somewhere between 9 and 10, like in reference to their size and weight and whatever, and their look. So that was kind of the idea of their first short. So for this short film, is more like, this is like the redemption arc for the characters. It's like, hey, our parents have been ostracized by our kind, kind of the whole, kind of getting away from the whole concept of the technology would take over. It's like, no, it was kind of more like the technology turned on itself. So they're fighting amongst themselves, because some of them are like, we don't need the people, and then the others like, I love my mama, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, so that they're fighting amongst each other. So now you got these two that are kind of like friends, this male and female, Julia and Timothy, and they're like the commanders of the rebel forces, and they're like doing this whole like, hey, we got to get this. We're trying to find our parents. We're trying to figure out what happened. Later on, a lot of other chaos happens. So yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. Because I was like, I need a break from the film for a little bit, not because I was tired or nothing. It was like, I'm burning through shots, and I still ain't got my second shot back from another guy yet. So I mean, what scene? So I was like, dude, because he's trying to figure. Because again, like I said, he was moving from Max over to Blender, and he knows how to use Blender. He made a good portion of some of the more like aesthetic, the visual aesthetics I had for the movie. He made those clothes. So some stuff I downloaded, got from other places. Some maybe you got some from Daz, or something from Turbo Squid or something. But some of the most exotic, sort of down to the nitty gritty pieces, he designed. Like the one design for Khalida, she has this fitted suit that fits her completely. It's literally, it's her body mesh basically. he made that. Then the Emperor has his own like garb. Like I couldn't find that nowhere. And dude was like, I'll make it. And I was like, all right, cool. So he put something in his fire, like so he knows how to use the program. He's just trying to get used to doing the animation part. And he's slowly getting, I'm telling him, find your workflow, bro. We ain't in no hurry. Find your workflow. We got till February of next year. So go ahead. Because I'm already behind by a year because I haven't been working on it. And I had to revamp it because I wanted to change the clothes. I wanted to figure out the hair. So I started using hair cards for some characters and other characters still using the particle hair in Blender. So this particular short allows me to be able to do all of those things that I've been doing and building up in most of the videos I post. It's always like a combination of everything. So it's like, okay, now I know how to do all of this right here, XYZ, boom, boom. Now let's just throw it all in the same pot, see what this gumbo tastes like. So you know what I'm saying? Like, and I showed Casanova, like I'm telling you, you showing your age, guy, with all that shit. But I showed him showed him one of the shots, and like I said, another buddy of mine, they were just like, yo, because it is different. Like it's different from what I've been doing, but at the same time, it's also the same as what I've been doing in reference to telling the story and trying to make. Because I'm not really big on the whole aesthetics thing. That don't get me wrong, like it would be difficult as hell to watch. Yeah, exactly. Because it's like I mentioned the other day. I think you had left the call. But I was talking about the Cody Viver thing, the exigency or whatever. The movie is good. It just looked like it made in Poser, and it was made in Poser. You know what I'm saying? So, but it was a good story. It was a good movie. It was a good movie. Like you be like, oh shit, oh shit. Exactly. Yeah, it's a full-length film. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. Yes, it is a movie. And it was a good movie. So I was like, oh yo, like I'm waiting on the second one. You know what I'm saying? So and he's working on it in Blender, and they show some shots on his channel and they look good. But that didn't change it for me. Like, don't get me wrong. It's like when people talked all that smack about was it Cyberpunk 2077? Oh, they had this problem, had this right. Oh, I seen it in 4K. I saw it in whatever K, and it still looked like poop to me. But like, what? I don't get what you're seeing. I'm looking at the hair, look like shit clipping through a character, and this over. I'm just like, it's a game. Let it go, bro. Y'all trying to get this. You're trying to you are thinking about Pixar, DreamWorks, Disney, and y'all ain't understanding these are real people compared to the people they making those shows that are really big bug eyes and wearing dresses that nobody in real world wear, and they're doing things that nobody in real world could do. Like you cannot tell me proportionally Elsa from Frozen is similar to, I'll use what you just said a second ago. One is Halle Berry. This is a real person versus a pretend person. So if I'm trying to create a story and it's using real people, I have to use real people mechanics. They're not swooping and that's why I always told people, yeah, it's cool to know the squash and stretch, but we contract and expand, and they are not the same. If you squish me, I probably die. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like you kind of have to know the balance between those two spaces. That doesn't mean don't use those principles, but some of the principles got to go the fuck out the window when you're doing certain shit. So it's like, and again, yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
There was
Mm-hmm.
was it seven? Was it 12 Old Men to Disney?
Yeah.
That made they're the founders of all the animation.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah. It was, yes. I said the same shit.
Yeah.
I said the same thing, man. me and my wife watched that movie because I was like, well, let's look at this. Because somebody has mentioned it to me. I don't remember who. I don't care. But I was watching it, and I said, and the first thing I said was, why? Why are they doing this? Yeah, why? Like you could have just easily just did a very well made character model. Like, but I also got it. I was like, real talk, let's just be truthful with ourselves. This is a 3D model 2D animation. So I had to look at it that way because the more because visually you have as soon as you see 3D, you go people. You don't go Bugs Bunny, you know what I'm saying? So it's like I'm like, okay, I had to look at it that way. So I was like, all right, because there's no way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it just piled it all in the same space. And this is something that I'm seeing with being said. Little motions added in this character talking about the who is it? Miyazaki. And I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, you don't notice that shit. Like no matter how much you think you do, you don't. Like you really don't because you don't notice it's there until you're doing it. Like the moment you start like hands, if you just watch the whole show and the person never moved their fingers, you probably wouldn't notice it unless you did that type of work. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like since now I'm in it, I go, ooh. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm like, ooh. Yeah. At all.
Well, well, well. I can explain that. All right. So, no. Let me just make this little point here. All right. So the 12 principles of animations applies to everything you see that's 2D. Thing about it is you have your extremes, and then you have your nut.
Yeah. True. True.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I definitely understand it, but like, you don't have to abide by those rules, you know. And a lot of the guys, when you break the rules, is when you get the best shit.
Like I'm gonna tell you something. Like the other thing I despise is the word stylized. Oh, I hate that shit. Just say you can't draw. Just say you can't fucking draw. Oh man, I made a stylized character. No, you made a shitty looking model. Just say that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just me.
You know what kills me? It kills me about Evis. He's always getting that grift. He always getting his grift on, man. He's getting that grift on right now. Oh shit, really? Oh, I'm gonna do that now.
Yeah, like it's like, dude, like man, I ain't mad. I feel you. Like you look, I looked at the look. You know how you most people just stop looking at the movie after the credits, even at home. I don't care whatever. Me and my wife said that. I said no, let the credits run. And she was like, "Well," I said, "I want to see something." Over 300 animators. And I was we talking from the traditional to the middle to the technical animation. Over 300 people. And I was like, yo, this damn movie had over 14,300 and some shots. Whew. I went and looked at Disney site to look at the behind the scenes stuff. I was like 14,000 plus. Good lord. That's all I can say. And I thought to myself, and that's this was the result.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah. Well, because I mean, you paying the people, yeah. But yeah, like I mean, like, yeah, you paying the people, but I'm like, at the end of the day, I'm like, but like I just kept thinking to myself, why are people chasing this? Like I'm talking about like from the standpoint of being an animator, just to be on something and just to be a blip on the screen.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I always said to myself. I was like, it don't make sense to me. Like, so I was like, I had somebody send me a job post for Apple. Talking about, well, they looking for a technical animator. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't do technical animation, and you want me to have a 4 year degree in digital media so you can still pay me the least come on, man, move around. I got a 4 year, I got if you count all my college, I got at least 6 years. The 4 from the base from the have where I got my bachelor's in science for psychology, and then I also have a 2 year associate's degree in applied sciences. So explain to me why you got it in your mind. You think, and that ain't even including all my other technical certification and all that shit. So it's like that. I always say all this shit just good paper. It's good. It's a good fan to fan your face with, but it ain't shit. So I'm like, at the end of the day, I'm just like, okay, even if I went to that, you telling me that ain't enough? Well, we need you to have this. Why? Wouldn't my okay? Well, I got an archive for you. It's called Quasi Media Network. There go my archive. Well, we see here where there was some issues that that then you do know it's 2 years old, right? You know what I'm saying? Like it's those type of things. Like, but why would I want to work for you when you're gonna want me to do something that I just don't get into? It's not that I'm not gonna say that you don't do it. I don't get into it. So at the end of the day, I'm like, you know what? Move around. It's like seeing people that go, man, I'm working on walk cycles today. So what you gonna do? Have them do the same foot in front of the other did the other 37 characters? Like, I mean, like, do you understand that most people, if you watch most people walk damn near the same. People say no, they don't. Yes, they do. Like I'm saying, like I ain't talking about just one step in front of the other. I'm saying that general sort of like gut, like sort of like that sort of like kind of like gun, like they like sort of like almost sort of try where it's like I got to get there. Like most people walk like that. So why are you learning this? Not learning it. Why are you doing it so often? And then I thought about it. Oh, you making a reel for some company that's already got their squad and they're not gonna hire you. Because when you look at that animator base and you look at the leads, them leads be the same for 6 movies straight. And I'm like, oh yeah, why y'all still trying to get in there? Why y'all still trying to get in there? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm with that. Right. Yeah, yeah. And guess what? I don't agree. I don't disagree with that at all. And my peeve with it isn't even in that degree. My degree with is the why. So, and again, not to say don't do it. All I'm saying is don't make it seem like just because you did it. And I'm saying about the people that try to force it, like, well, it's just like this whole thing about, well, that's how animation is. I'm like, no, that's the animation. You're doing the things. You're not wrong. Do the things you're doing because you're trying to get into a club that is not for you. That may pick you if the other guy dies or quits, but they already have their squad. The same team that did all the behind the scenes work and all of the animation work and I'm not animation, all the effects work for Star Wars is still together and working on all the bigger films that you're looking at, like the Avengers, like all the Marvel stuff in DC. That's the same squads. How you gonna get in there, bro? So I'm like, why are you not teaming up with your budget? Well, we don't have a budget. You need a budget to use the programs you already fucking have. Everything's already available. Exactly.
I think I need to move. I think I need to move this camera.
And guess what? To bring him back up again, JS Film, stay saying that shit. I was like, who the fuck are you talking about? Well, to pay voice actors, dude, get on Discord. Hey man, who want to be in this thing? I'll do it, and you got a whole team right there. It's people that's trying to build up, bro. That's who you get with. Well, I'm gonna have to show them. That's the point in having to show them. The people that work on a lot of my stuff, the guy that's voiced Bruce, the girl that voiced Vasha in this thing that we doing right now with the showing up thing. These people work with me on a constant basis, so they know what I want. I ain't got to sit there and give them a whole breakdown every time I want something. Hey man, this is Bruce. This is Leroy Green. Oh man, I always wanted to voice him. I got you. All right, stay in this, and he instantly come with it. You know what I'm saying? Old girl, she new to it, but she take direction so well to the point where she was like, "You want it like this?" She started telling me. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, do you get that these people are available? Dude, just say what it is, bro. I want to be a YouTuber. I want to seem like I'm big. Oh, I talked to the person that over there at Move AI, and the people don't know you. The people don't know you. They just talk to you because they talk to everybody that's got some sort of technical desire and need. That's their response. They got a good response team, and I give them that. The support team is on point. But stop talking like you talk to them every day, because you don't. You know what I'm saying? Like that was the thing for me. I'm like, come on, bro. So yeah, if you're really gonna go in and make something happen, it's people that's willing to do it, but you still have to vet those people out. Don't get me wrong. It's just like if you paying, just because you paying don't mean people gonna do the job right. And I keep, oh man, if I had the money, that ain't gonna make people work better, stupid. Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
hey! I don't play. I don't play. I'm spicy.
Hey, look, hey, I just watch this, man. You know you a hobbyist. Get out of here. but you know that's the thing. Like I had somebody say that to me, and they were like, "Well, man, it's like," because they was like, "Well, man, are you a filmmaker?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm a filmmaker. Like I'm a film. Like I'm always been a super creative. So it's not like this is like, oh, this is what I always want to do. It's like no, like I was like, if I can do it, I will. But I want to make a movie. I want to make shows. I want to tell. I like. I'm a writer. I like to write. So it's like, how do I get it to the screen? Well, if I gotta hire somebody to do all this stuff that's gonna take forever to do the simplest shit, I ain't talking about the advanced, complicated pieces. I expect it to take time. But something as simple as, hey man, I need a cup. Oh, well, it's gonna take me a couple weeks to make a cup. Like, man, if you don't get the what, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, bro. Like, all right, you know what? Never mind. I'm just gonna go on Sketchfab, get 3 cups, and be done with it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's
and
how.
just start.
It's what you gotta do.
That's it.
No,
Two
don't
girls
do
in one
that.
cup.
Don't do that. You don't want that.
But yeah, it's like. So I'm like, you know what? So once I figured out what to do, well, let me say this. When I first started using the 2.8 version of Blender, I knew a lot of what to do. I just realized what I was using. So I was like, well, I ain't gonna do that yet. Because I was on my laptop, you know, I ain't gonna even call it a potato because it's good for what it is, but for trying to do a really like intense production, I knew I couldn't. So I was like, well, I'm gonna see what I can do and how far I can push it. So it would take literally like 23 to 24 hours to render 75 frames. And this is and again, this is early Eevee. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do this like this. So that's why a lot of my first stuff come out like it came out. But I wasn't complaining. I was like, it looked good to me. Why? Because it wasn't like, oh, I'm new. It was like it looked good to me for what I knew I could do. But the moment the power scale changed and I got back to my desktop, because my desktop wasn't with me when I started, so I got it back because I had left it at my mom's. And I was like, I'm about to come get my desktop. She was like, all right, I don't need it. I was like, cool. So I go get my desktop. Knew it was made for gaming, so I knew Blender was gonna run just fine. But I already knew that the technology was already dated by that time. But I wasn't trying to use it at 4090 level because that thing didn't even exist at the time when I started. So it was like, okay, I started with a GTX 760, you know what I'm saying? 20 gigs of RAM, processor overclocked at 5.3 gigs. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm running and I'm able to do these things and build and learn techniques that I didn't know, but also apply stuff I did know. So it was like, okay, cool. So once now I upgrade again, now I'm, 30 series, 32 gigs, processor speed. I don't recall, but I know it's fast as hell. It's like, boom, let's go. like, okay, now I know what to do. Now I can do this thing and say, okay, well, if I'm gonna make the short film for this, I can do this, I can do that. I know I can't do this, not because the computer can't do it. I don't know how to. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
I don't know nothing about that, but if I had this, I could do that. So let me see if I can get that. You know, so it's figuring out how to tell the story. So I realized, okay, this ain't an animator thing, it's a filmmaker thing. So I agree. So when people say stuff to me, I believe like, well, man, you know, as animation, I say, well, I'm not necessarily an animator. I mean, I can't animate, and I mean like the whole click, turn, move, rotate. I can do the whole manual thing. Don't get me wrong. Play with me if you want to, but you know what I'm saying? If it's faster for me to use animations I've already done, I mean manual stuff plus mocap and retarget and use them in a combined sense with my pose libraries and my facial pose libraries and whatever I'm gonna do that. Why? Because that's what the fucking studio doing. Like I'm not saying every case they doing that. Do not get me wrong. But at the end of the day, the majority of the time they build those things up. They build that library. They build it, and then they go, okay, let's get to work. Nobody's sitting there doing 300 frames, not 300 frames, 300 shots, you know, 1,200 frames a piece to do this, to redo a walk. They're like, no, I need the base walk here. And then if we need to change something, we can do it because they're going across this terrain. Cool. All right. That shot going to be on this person. This shot going to be. So you got 6 people working on the same character for the same shot. It's just me. No, he ain't about to walk down no path for 10 seconds. We're gonna see him on that path for the whole for 3, and you're gonna get the rest of the shot hovering over the trees. Why? Because it's just me. I'm a filmmaker. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because again, like you said, it's about production, right? And it's like I'm like, why wouldn't I do the same thing? Like I don't get people say, well, like I'm not against having something different, but at the end of the day, the thing is for that one section, nobody's paying attention to that because the shot is from the waist up. So if his legs moving differently when he walk, we can't see that no way. So
Yep.
why are you even? Well, I wanted to be right. Who's gonna see that? It's some shots I have, dude. I never fix the hands because the hands never come up, and it do look like he got rheumatoid arthritis. Yes. Hmm. Exactly, man. Is it?
Yeah,
That's
that's
it.
what you know what that's but I guess it's one of the things I'm glad I learned in school is filmmaking, and I'm giving people what I want them to see versus what's
Exactly,
there, you know, and
bro.
I guess
Did you look at? Do y'all look at the Corridor Crew channel? Okay,
yeah.
one of the ones they did with the animator react, the guy that worked the lead animator or the supervisor animator over Frozen, he was talking about the Olaf character, and he was saying that when he was, I think it was the second movie, I don't remember because I don't watch them, but the way the way he comes, they showed a shot of the snowman falling down the hill and his pieces coming apart. Dude was like, "Oh, that must have been a really advanced shot." He was like, "No," he said, "I just disassembled them and then just like threw the parts down the hill, like just like boom, that was it." He was like, "That was it," like. And dude was like, what? He was like, yeah, there's no animation. It's just the parts are just flying. It's just a rigid body part just flying down the hill.
Hell no.
He say, and people go, oh, I gotta do. He said it always trips me out when we get a new animator to come in. Oh, I want to do all these fantastic things. He's like, dude, sit down. Let me explain to you. We're not doing any of those things. Why? Because we only need what needs to be in the shot. We're only framed up for 60 frames. That's it. What are you trying to do? You trying to do a 300 frame animation for a 60 frame shot? Explain. Like it's only 60 frames. It's going to be on the screen for literally 2 seconds, and it's just his nose popping off, and you trying to make it look all super epic, and nobody's going to even care because they're concerned about what's happening after that.
That's one thing about animation is that you only make it complex when you think too much. When there's so many simple solutions. Because when I first got into it, man, I ain't gonna lie. I used to like when I used to make my films, right? I used to like make sure all the animation was correct, make sure everybody's touching the ground, make sure they figure shit. I mean, and then I was like, you know what? I spend more hours doing this shit than actually filming,
telling the story.
Yeah. So I say, you know what? If my people are feet sliding and shit like that, I don't have to put it in the scene.
Best example when you do the shot for Mrs. Smiles getting out the truck. Right. I had something I was doing where I was showing Casanova something. I was like, look, we're gonna do the dude getting out the truck. This damn SUV has no interior. We're not looking in it. You know how they do in them films where we see the person's foot hit the ground when the door opens. That's all we're doing. So I had dude's entire body squished down, and the only thing was animated was that one leg and that foot.
Yep.
So the camera pulled it in there. You see his foot touch the ground, and then when we step two, that is a whole nother shot. It's not even in the same file. Right. So I'll be telling people, why are you trying to animate it all in the same? No, dude, split that. You gonna cut it anyway? Edit now. Just edit it now.
Edit out. Yeah.
Just go ahead and just do the next shot now.
Case in point, like how I'm doing this scene right here, where we're hearing him at the dojo, like the scenes where like where she turns around is kind of fucked up, and I was like, I ain't got time. I don't want to spend too much time working on it. I just cut back to him. And then when it comes back, she's in the position to make the turn, you know.
But that's how you man, look, the spoiler alert. Exactly.
Yeah. You don't have to show it.
Scene 4 of my film, the main character is laying in bed and she just took an ass whooping. So she hears the coffee maker going off. So she sits up, but she was originally the supervisor. Now she's the supervisor. Now her friend Henry's the supervisor. So Henry is sipping his whiskey. He looks over to be like, you like in his mind, he's looking towards the room like, you're gonna get up.
Hold up. Hey, everybody, today's video is brought to you by Avis Fernandez's Taco Truck and Foot Massages. All right, you go ahead. You can finish.
Yeah, but all right, I'm back. She sits up to look, so you see her look down. But this is the gig. She got to sit up, so I was like, well, I guess I'll do that. I was like, no, we cut back to him, still looking that way. So when we cut back to her, she's sitting on the side of the bed. So I was like, this is so much easier. I was like, no, I'm not doing all of that. Why? Because I got to make sure to shoulder this and that. Nah, I don't feel like doing all that. This is so much simpler. So when she goes to stand up, we get that. When she gets ready to walk towards the door to go to him, it just cuts to the outside of the door. Mm-hmm. So we seeing her walk towards the door. So I'm just like, this, because I started looking at multiple movies in the last few days. Well, not last few days, last few weeks. And I saw that so much. And I've been seeing it for years watching film. And I was like, why am I not doing this? And I realized what it was. It was me trying to please people that I don't even fucking know.
Right.
And when I say that, I mean that I don't even know at all. Like I've never engaged with them. They ain't never came to my channel. They never seen on my content. Just people that make pass this movie by. It might be on Tubi or something. And they go, I'm thinking about them. I'm like, no, just make the film. Why? Because, dude, have you seen some of the shit out there? Like, I'm talking about from the studio, we call them the big studio. They got some shitty moments. When I heard the guy from What It Digital say, hey, man, look at this shot of Thanos. I said, what do you see? And they was like, ooh, the armor's clipping. Dude, yeah, he was like, the armor's clipping.
How about Maddox from fucking Ant-Man movie that just came out? That was bad.
Dude said, well, it wasn't. No, he was just talking about the armor clipping. Dude was like, the armor's clipping through his body and through itself. Yeah. Yeah, and I was like, he said, I saw it and was like, they're not going to see it. He was like, well, who you talking about? The audience? He was like, no, he was like, the editors and the people that got to get an okay, they're not going to see it. And then one of the guys said, what happened? They didn't see it. Because people don't see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just told you about that. Somebody right now will go to that movie and click through that shot where it's that final fight in Endgame, where they're fighting Captain America or whatever. He goes to turn and his armor clips through his body and through his arm. I mean, through himself. And the dude was like, he said, I messed with that for like 3 days. I'm whatever. That's how he said it. I just said, fuck it after that. Why? Because nobody's going to see that. It's because they're so into the battle that they're not thinking, oh, let me look at his armor to see if it's doing something wonky. Like, if you doing that, bro, you ain't watching the movie. You know? I just got over myself and said, fuck them. They'll be all right.
Yeah. Sometimes what you gotta do, but like when it comes to some of these people who use an iClone, who I don't know if you ever heard this movie, Dawa Khan. You ever heard this doing Dawa Khan with this Galactic Blitz thing, Evis?
Exactly, Leo. But no, I can't say I've seen it. No, I know you said Ibis, but
Galactic Blitz was this awful movie that was made by somebody that used iClone, and it was just really bad, And yeah, you probably better off not seeing it. It was. I think if you was, I don't think he was around at the time. It was me, Ben, Jet Strange, and a couple of people. We sat back and we watched that whole fucking movie. And
2015.
I think it was 2015, something like that, and it was just so god awful bad. It was all made. It's like the guy. It's like he just brought the program.
I see shots of it. It's horrid.
This dude.
Nasty. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
This dude had he put it up on Amazon, and
yes,
he had it on Amazon, and he had the whole complete thing on Amazon. We watched it. It was like
shadows. Anybody? None.
No shadows, no nothing. Oh man, the girl.
Let me shut up. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
The end of the movie was basically this girl getting ate by a bed. So
by bed.
Yeah, ate by bed. Yeah,
the bed she was laying in. I just saw her.
They were sitting in the bed, and then it was the end of the movie, and she kissed the guy. And in the bed, she just folded over the bed, just ate her. I'm like, damn, what? We don't know what the fuck happened, but that was the ex-Ben. If Ben is still here, he'll tell you that's what happened. If my boy Jet Strange is here, he'll say, yeah, that's what happened. The Ben ate her at the end.
Dude, it scored a 5.7 on IMDb.
Galactic Blitz.
Yes.
I think
it says 11. It was what 2015. 11
yeah.
1 2015.
Galactic Blitz. Yeah. I can't believe is we talk about that's it. That's the movie.
Yeah.
Dwayne Kai, he's Dawa Khan, that's what he made.
It is the worst.
Yeah. It was pretty.
Let me shut up.
It was not what did he make another one? Oh, okay, it's The Last Dragon, right? I was like, whoa, he didn't make another one then. But you can't find it no more. You can't find the movie no more. He took it down. I was like, damn, I wish you would have kept it up because I was using it as a teaching tool.
I mean, it say watch on Tubi right now.
It's on Tubi?
It's showing Tubi. It say watch on Tubi.
Oh,
now,
shit.
If it's on Tubi or not, I don't know. Shit. One way to find out. Let me
go to Tubi. Go to Tubi.
I'm going right now.
Go there and watch it.
No, I ain't gonna watch it. I just want to see if it's there. I can watch that.
Go to the end of it and watch the bed eat the woman at the end. And it was like the end.
Why can't? Oh, there it is.
I used that movie.
Tubi, not the thing.
Yeah, I used
to see if it's there.
I used that movie to teach people. I was like, okay,
what not to do?
What? Yeah, exactly. What not to do? You first blind when you first blind.
It is there.
It's there on Tubi.
Bro,
he took it off of Amazon.
It's broken down in episodes. Yeah, it's there.
Oh, okay. Well, torture yourself.
Bro, well, how many episodes? Nine episodes.
Listen, if your girl ever makes you mad, you want to get back at her, sit down and watch that shit. That's what you get for not washing my drawers. That's what you get. I bet your drawers be clean all the time.
Yeah, it's broken down into a film.
Yeah,
into a series. 9 episodes.
So he took it off of Amazon and put it on Tubi. I mean, how you get shit on Tubi anyway? I mean, it seems like it's almost.
I would say that, but I don't think you can get direct access to them just yet. But I think they were changing that. But most people end up getting their stuff on there going through FilmHub.
Ah, okay, makes sense. How many X's? Wait. How many X's do they have in the title?
This dude. You know what? That used to be a rating for movies, like in the theater. Like I don't mean like, you know what I'm saying, where they be like, oh, this movie's rated X. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And they was like, oh, we're gonna stop letting those come into the movie theater because people hear X and think 6. It was like, no, rated X was like what we give a rated R.
Yeah, that's why they came out with Triple X was the sex to porn and shit. X was just the violence,
just
and,
over the top,
over the top violence and stuff. Yeah, over the top violence, gore, sexual situations, stuff like that, but not intercourse. Intercourse comes with the third X. That's why I call it Triple X movies, and then just have the rated R movies. But I know Ebus knows all about those.
Bro, tripping out here.
It kills me. It kills me. He's not Mexican though. He's not from Mexico.
Oh, that mercy. What the fuck is this? Okay. I ain't mad at it because you know what's funny? Danny Trejo. That's all I gotta say. And Danny know his movies too. Like he know what movie he was in. He know how many times he died. He was like, as long as they give me that check, I don't care. Like, and what I like about Danny's like, hey man, like this is what I do for work. I'm a working actor. But he was like, I know most of the movies I've been in the shit. He's like, but I got paid. I don't care. Yeah, like it's like I don't care, So I'm like, I almost felt like on some level they make some of the movies make more money than the big production because they last longer. Yeah. So people find them later on, and then they get this big influx of pay because people watching it on the streaming service or people paying for it to rent it out for $2 or $3. So like you were saying the other day about who owns the rights to The Last Dragon and how many millions of extra millions of dollars they made in the recent years because people found it. Yeah. That's why I'm like, dude, I'm finna make this Dark Awakening Kalita and let it sit there and it can collect dust. Let it sit there and see what happened, bro. Like, what? I'm not putting it on no YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, and that's why I'm like, I'm already working on the second film and I'm still working on the first one. Make the film, bro. Make the film.
Just wait, just wait till Ebus get his first Oscar, and he's like, best Mexican film ever made in the world, and then somebody stands out, and like, he's not a Mexican. They're gonna try to take the Oscar back from it. Ebus gonna punch the guy and run off with it. It's mine. Oh, they did?
Yeah. Right? Like, I think go ahead, run it up. It's cool.
That's messed up. I enjoy my culture here in Mexico.
I've been tempted. I've real talk been tempted to start because people think that they still make them. I'm like, no, they just make stereotype films now. And I know you might say that blaxploitation films were stereotype, but I'm like, not really. It was more like what created the pimps. And I feel like on some level, they need to come back. Like I'm like, I might have to sit down and go, okay, y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and cast this cast, make these characters, and we're gonna get down with the shucking and jiving. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I feel like somewhere somebody's collecting it like people collect Legos.
Right.
And everybo's got a genre that they like. You got people that's what they want. They looking for that Mexican film that you would call quote unquote shitty. They looking for that. That's the reason why that movie, what was it, Black Dynamite, did so well. Because it was like, dude, those characters. You was like, yo, he crazy. It's like, come on, bro. Like, I'm like, dude, y'all got to.
Don't forget, I'm gonna get you sucking shit like that.
Exactly. That was the whole thing. I'm like, dude, where that's it? Everybody want to be a baby daddy or a baby mama. Now, you don't see that bullshit.
Oh, the struggle movies, yeah.
Man, I'm so tired of seeing that shit.
The struggle, I'm so tired of seeing those movies too.
I'm in the hood.
I'm in the hood. I got 5 baby mamas, but I'm gonna make my come up. I'm like, I'm tired of seeing these motherfuckers.
Right, but like, well, you know what? Before you do that, put the dick up. Like, the fuck, bro.
I'm tired. I mean, like, yeah, man, like y'all getting all these money to make these movies. The first thing you want to do is a Boys in the Hood dramedy, Like,
exactly. And you gonna make a movie? Oh, I'm gonna make a movie about the struggle. What struggle? I ain't struggling. I ate today. What you talking about? Who you talking about?
It's like
nobody like that.
Yeah, it's like the only movies like capable of making it just the movies about the struggle. You know, I'm like, come on, man.
That's what. Look, real talk. I had somebody say to me, "Man, why you chose to do the movie, the type of movie you're doing?" I say because the moment people see me, they go, "Oh, he probably making this and making that." I'm like, "Nope,
right.
no, my people, we. It's not a spacefaring race, but they can go to space. They know how to fight and a whole bunch of other stuff. Like there's no like real talk. This particular movie is so many genres in one.
Right.
Where you go, dude, did we just go to feudal Japan? Yep, we did. You know what I'm saying? Like
that's the type of shit I want.
Did we go over? Did we just suddenly hit Star Trek? Yeah, we did. Like I'm not with all that none, man. Miss me, bro.
I want to do sci-fi movies. Not that. What was
is
that
this
one?
dude a wizard? Yes, he is. You know what I'm saying? Like,
hey, I don't want to do what's it called? Black Folks in Space. Remember that came on UPN at like 3:00 in the Homies in Space. That shit came on like at 3:00 in the morning. You know, I'm like, I actually stayed up to watch this shit. I was like, I can't believe I wasted my sleep time for this shit.
But you know something though? Why? I don't know if you watched it or not, but like the little mini series or little kind of comedy series I do called Gangsters in Space. But that was something me and something me and Casanova came up with because we were just doing random. We were just saying random things, and we said a lot of other words before we got to that one. Okay, but we ended up with Gangsters in Space, and the whole point was they had to learn how to do something other than what the gangsters was used to doing. Because now they spacefaring this and the other. So now you got this one dude. He like, bruh, like, what's up? What we doing? Like, we got to hit this planet. We got to do this X, Y, Z. But he's still hood as hell. So he sound like he don't say his words right. He be like, he don't say earth. He say earth. You know what I'm saying? He don't say orange. He say orange. The other guy is his Hispanic. He's like, hey, homie, like I play Malachi.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
but you're doing some satire type shit. You know, and you're doing that comedy type of stuff. But I'm just talking about like, why is it that, you know, when you talk about Black people making movies, you know, why come we have this thing with just making struggle movies, you know, struggling everything? Why can't we just be more creative and do shit like, oh, you know what? I got this money to make a movie. Why don't we do something like a superhero, some type of psychedelic thriller? Why don't we make a do something? Do fucking zombie movie, you know?
Yeah.
I'm trying. I mean,
I'm gonna tell you like this right here. I'm like I still don't get why these channels still exist, but I guess you know people like them, like the Lifetime films, the TLC films, the Hallmark films. But then I was looking at film curves, and this one guy said, he said, if you really want to make some money in the film industry, he said, I'm telling you, he said, I'm telling you right now, if you just want to make money, you don't want to make a film you want to make, you just want to make some money.
That makes sense.
Go to Hallmark and you say, here it is. And he said, it don't matter if it's a man or a woman, but they got to go back home from the big city. They got to go through some struggle. They got to suddenly realize that home is where they should be, and then happy ending. He said that's how I make my money. I'm not where I am because I'm such a great filmmaker. All of them on the same film. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got the one with the Asian girl, then you got the one with the Hispanic girl, then you got the one with the black girl, then you got the one with the white girl, then you got the one with the girl we don't even know what she is. We just know that she got red hair. Like it's just like they just do whatever, but it's the same story over and over again. And I mean over and over again. Oh, it's Thanksgiving. Oh my God, all the troubles. My flight got delayed 12 times. Oh my God. Oh, my high school crush. I'm gonna get married to him now. In the movie. Like it's the same recycled mush.
Same mush.
And I'm like, yo, I thought about it. I got one that I got in the pocket called Jelena. It's just called Jelena, and I might end up doing that. But that just to say, here you go, Hallmark. What you got for me? You know what I'm saying? Run me a couple $100,000. I ain't tripping. It gotta be that much. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you do what you want with it after that. Just run me my chips. I'm one of them people. You just go ahead, go about your business. But I started noticing that. And I was like, oh, so when I look at the whole thing of like the so-called indie movement of people saying, I want to be a filmmaker. I'm like, I don't think you really want to be a filmmaker. I think you want to make the movies you see versus make the movies you want to see.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm making a movie I want to see. I'm not making a movie I can see at any given time by going on Netflix or Hulu or Tubi or whatever, or Sling TV or whatever crap is out there now. I can just go to those things and just see that. I don't need to make that to see that. You know?
Right.
if I want to see the continuation of something, I just don't care. I'm not, you know, like I'll be like, well, I ain't about to deal with that because I'm not gonna get paid from it, you know. So I would rather just make my own thing. So I'm cool with that. That's what makes it cool to hear. I just say, well, I make this and this is where it comes from, and then you go, well, I'm making my thing, and I'm like, yeah, do that thing. Like when you talking about the whole thing going on with Infinity Archive, I'm like, run that shit. Like really run it. Like go run that up. Run that up. Run that ticket up like hard as you can because
that's all I do. I'm writing.
There's an original space for it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like instead of it being just a copycat of something, it may be in that same. It's like a horror film. Like all of them are relatively the same movie, but then you got some horror films. It's some horror films you look at them, you go, ooh, bruh, this a horror film in context, but this a whole other monster. So it's like that's what I be looking for when I go movie hopping. I'm like, what make you different from the last movie? Like the other one that says it's the same thing. You know, I always said if they got long hair and it's wet and it's hanging off their body, same movie. I don't care. I don't even want to watch it. If the house is making creaking sounds and it's got an old fireplace, old clock, don't want to see it, done it 1,000 times, move around. If they moving into a neighborhood and that house been abandoned for 40 years, same movie, don't want to see it. You know what I'm saying? Like when are we gonna get to the point where it's just that apartment in New York? He just moved into the apartment. No bad story, but one day people been trying to find him and the house ate him. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case, something happened.
Like the band eating that girl and
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like yeah, like that's stupid, but it is different. You know what I'm saying? Like to the point where you got to say to yourself, why y'all just do it? Like I've always been like that. Even when I was in the military, I was like, man, just do it, bro. Let's see what happens. Like let's just see what happens. Just do it. Oh, that's a good result. Then boom, there you go. So I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Like make that stuff, man.
Right. I am. I mean, like I said, I work on the script. Like I stopped doing animation on it because the people I'm talking to say I don't really have to do the animation. They want me to do storyboards. So after I finish typing the script up, I'm just gonna get the storyboards out and then send it to them. And hopefully by September I can hear something about production or something like that. But it's gonna take a minute. But the thing about it is I've started the process. Yeah. I promised everybody I was going to actually have Archive Infinity's story out, but I don't need to do that anymore. They rather have me just like, I could do stuff for it, but they don't want me like creating no more stuff out in the open like I was doing.
Yeah, because if the intent is to push it out as a full,
they're gonna push it out
piece,
right?
It's like, hey,
they don't want me. They want to control everything. Yeah, they're gonna replace. Yeah, that's what he said. It's like they just want me to have like the storyboards and script ready because everything else is gonna be sent like basically over to India or China. Well, maybe not China. Maybe someplace from Vietnam or someplace that's gonna be anime or South Korea. Hopefully it's South Korea. I'm hopefully it gets into South Korea. But it's like himself,
right?
No, man, but I did a lot of talking, man, because for years I've been I'll be honest with y'all, I've been doing it the wrong way. I was like, I'm gonna make my movie all at home to get recognized. No, motherfucker, nobody does that shit. You make your packet, you make your shit, and you get that shit to somebody, and then they will take it and they will put it in front of somebody else, and if they like it, it gets made. That's the way shit works, man. Shit don't work staying at home all day. Animating.
Well, I mean, no. Well, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I also feel like that it depends on what the level that you want that movie to be at.
Right.
Now, I don't mean necessarily the visual or the story. I mean, like, how far do you want it to? It's like throwing a ball. Some people throw further than other people.
Yeah.
So it's like, can they send it farther? Yeah, they can send it further. You could do the whole thing and it'll go as far as it's gonna go. But then with them, it's gonna go some odd steps further.
It's gonna go to a whole other galaxy, because like I said, I'm working with a guy who got an Oscar on his belt. So he told me what he could do for me, but he told me what he needed from me. He needs something. He needs something to make something. He's not going to. I mean, like, I got an idea. Like, it don't work.
I'm saying
ideas ain't worth shit unless it has a foundation. You need a foundation for everything. If you ain't got nothing to work with, you just go get passed by. And that's like, man, you know what? I got like 6-7 years invested in this fucking story and animation. And it's like, yeah, I think it's time for me to do the right thing, which is like do what I'm supposed to do, and I'm doing it every night. When I get off 5 hours with you guys, I'm at my desk typing, writing, and making fucking storyboards. That's all I'm doing. It's just, I mean, when it comes down to the script, you're gonna basically just take my script, give it to somebody else, and then they're gonna take it and fix my fuck ups, and then like, it's all been fixed. We got some guy redoing your storyboards. That's all they're gonna do. Nothing is yours. Nothing is yours. It's your idea, but they gotta make it so it can sell.
Right? Not just that, but it's also for the one thing I learned that I was told this by one of can't remember the guy name, but anyway, he was like, and he worked in the so-called industry, and he made a damn good point to me. He was like, it's not that we necessarily make it sellable, because the selling point is going to come from how we hook. It's just like any other thing you do. It's like when you're watching a movie, or I'm sorry, you watching a trailer. The trailer a lot of times don't even match the fucking movie. But it's just, so we're going to market it either way. But we have to make it production ready. So it's harder to make it production ready. What the idea you have might slow the production down. So we'll either trim it or we'll refine it. Exactly. I was like, oh, okay, because some people, I've heard people say this right here, man, they changed my story. I'm like, no, they didn't. They just didn't put that shit in there you didn't need. You had 2 minutes of them flying over the mountains. Yeah. No, they didn't. You know what I'm saying?
And I expect it. I expect it to happen. Like I'm like, I got to a point to like, all right, I got a vision for my shit, but me doing it all by myself is not going to work. I may write and do all this shit, but people, I mean, it's like this. I need to put myself in the right hands. It's all about getting your stuff in the right hands and have them, make your shit into something. George Lucas didn't make Star Wars all by himself.
No, of course not.
So I have to think like that,
But he still was a forerunner, and that's one of the things.
Yeah, he was a showrunner. Yeah, he was a showrunner. He ran. He got what he wanted. See, I want to be the guy who gets what he wanted. But I'm not gonna be the one to sit back, have my hands and everything, and fucking shit up. I'll be like, I like that. Do this, do that, and be the advisor. That's basically what George Lucas was. George Lucas didn't direct on that shit. He was just an advisor on it, saying this is what he would like to see, this is what this character would do, and let's shoot this. I mean, that's all he did. It was up to the other guys, like first unit director, second unit director, whoever.
Yeah. Yeah. Hell no.
Right.
No. That's why I tell people, especially with like music, I'd be like, yo, man, stop calling yourself a producer stop calling yourself a music producer. What do you mean you're a producer? Like, what or do you mean you're a beat maker? No, I'm a music producer. No. I'm a music producer, bro. Why? I understand what needs to go into this thing to make this album work. Yes, I'm also a musician.
Because you produce.
Do something. Yeah, exactly. Even though I am a musician, I may be able to come in and make adjustments, but you're not a music producer, bro. You know what I'm saying? So when I have to, even when it comes to like this right here, I had somebody ask me, well, who you got to produce on this film? Me. They're like, who? What else was it? Me? Well, for the fix, me. Well, you got somebody, like not anybody that's reliable. And I don't mean because they wouldn't be able to, is that for some reason people, and I ain't going to act like I ain't got a problem with it. I do have a problem with that. I do have a problem with that. Your motivation is dictated by what you're going to get in the end game, or right now, versus what you can get in the end game. Do not get me wrong. I am no way, fashion, or form going to sit here and say don't have that mindset. Have that mindset.
Hey, Rand said beat makers don't get that.
Yeah, they don't get that. They don't get that. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, they don't get that. But at the same time, I'm all for paying somebody. That's not a key here. But I don't have a a budget for outside persons. So if you come in and you say, "Oh, I'm willing to help you," okay, let me ask you some questions first, and I vet them out, and I vetted hundreds, and I mean hundreds of people quickly. Because the first thing I say is, "Hey, if I need a shot done this week, you gonna be able to do that?"
Yeah.
Oh man, I got this thing coming up. Don't worry about it, bro. You go ahead and live your life, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, you ain't give me that. I don't have time. Because, but if I say, "Oh, here's $50,000," you still ain't gonna have it. Why you just gonna make that time?
Right.
That don't make sense to me, because now you're just saying you're just doing it for the money. So now the result I want, I don't get. That's what I was saying earlier. Just because I have a budget to pay people don't mean they're gonna do the job with it.
What's his name? Avis. What I say? What's his name? Hey, Ben said he wants to come in, man. But hey, what was his?
Well, he said he was at work.
Ben, you hear that? I'll send it. I'll put it in my what's his name? Team Titan.
But yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. I just, and I like you said, I was just like, well, what you need a budget for? It's just you. Like it's just you. So that's why I said what I said about the JS film. I'm like, Jay just be talking, bro. Like, dude, because I'm telling you, that man he do not respond to my comments no more. I'd be like, where the film at, bro? Where the film at, bro? Yeah, where the film at, bro? Well, what the movie? Didn't he do a video? Because you act like you saying this to the whole people. I done read your comment section. Ain't nobody say what I said. Not a soul. They ain't giving you this fake ass praise. Oh, this is so cool. He ain't do none of this. He just looking at the game. So I'm like, okay, hey man, this is fine, bro. What's up on the film though?
Yeah.
So he makes a video. Oh well, it's a budget issue. Get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Oh man, how much you paying for that course? Oh well, that's not bad. I could have took that $7 from you. You know, you could have gave it to me. I could have showed you. You know.
Hell, that sounds just as bad as Unreal Engines. Yeah.
A lot of you got to watch a lot of these people who make these courses on Unreal Engine and shit like that, because the thing about it is, yeah, fuck around.
YouTube. That's why he YouTuber.
Yeah.
Well, I don't make money off YouTube because you don't. You making money off of that.
What? You said JS Film did that's a Udemy course, or wait, did he have a website? Udemy, yeah. I actually was doing an iClone course. I never put it out though, because I'm like, cause I was working on it. Because everybody's like, do an iClone course. Do iClone. It's like, yeah, I'll do one. So I actually sat down one day and did like a 3-episode thing of something that nobody else would do, right? Like filming. I just said, like, this is how I film, you know. And then I had to do a whole spiel, like what I'm doing right now. I just put my cameras up, tell people like, this is how I set my cameras up. This is what I use, aspect ratio, stuff like that. It's like, but I'm like, this is not what everybody uses, so you got to play around with it. The whole thing about it is, if you're going to do what we're doing, you have to play around with it. You just can't like get it and then try to get somebody's hand and have them hold your hand while you go through and try to make shit. It doesn't work like that. No, you know, you have to play with it. You have to get in there and learn it. Learn it. You know.
Hey, hello.
That filthy pirate Tuttle.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And that you say that though, that's something I want to mention real quick too. Is that's part of why on my second channel, on the Anime Studio channel, I ain't really posting nothing. I just been posting behind the scenes stuff on the film, because I'm just like, you're asking questions, I answer. Like the question was answered. You didn't watch the video. You scanned the video, and the video is 2 minutes long. Like, it ain't like I made a 2-hour video and just talked about my life. I literally just went, hey, click this button, click that button, it's done. But so a buddy of mine was saying something about making tutorials, and he was like, one of the reasons why he not making them as often, or he's making them on certain things, is he's just archiving stuff for himself now. But he was like, the reason why I stopped doing it in long form and giving them all this information is, at the end of the day, They don't understand how I learned it. I didn't learn it from reading something. I learned it by clicking shit. Like you're just going through the menu and going, oh, that's what they do. Okay, cool. Like there's no course for that nowhere. Even when people say, I went to animation school. Okay, but they didn't teach you like this thing that was going to change 10 years later. You feel me? So you did all of that, but 10 years later, it ain't the same, bro. So you still need to click the thing and learn the thing, man. You got people that had to when every year that let's just use Unreal Engine. Every year Unreal Engine got a new feature, or the more adult it became. It go from being in its infancy to his adolescence to its mature teen to its adult life. And as it's maturing to that level, the people using it had to mature with it. You can't keep going, well, I want to do what I did in the first version. You can't. It's gone. So the people using it have to follow the tech. And that's fine. Don't get me wrong. Most things usually stay the same, but they're gonna add something you're gonna have to learn. And sometimes there ain't no video for it, bro. But they told you that it's there. So play with it. So that's what I said. I like what you just said about about JS Films. Is like, and I don't mean like it as in good thing. I'm saying like I don't like that either. That's why I said I like what you said about it, because I'm just like, dude, don't make a video about something to be a clickbaiter, because at the end of the day, you don't know how to do it. If you knew how to do it, you would say, hey, man, you need to do X, Y, Z, A, B, C. I've seen other people go into Unreal and say the same things. Well, I'm going to show you how to do this right. And all they did was drop assets and say, well, you can do this from here. Like, no, that ain't what I need. I need to understand this part to this part. So I went looking at Ben's channel, and I was like, oh, I see. There were certain things I went, oh, well, damn, that's cool. I might not do it yet, but I have somewhere I can go see it at. So it's like, oh, okay, cool. Like, yeah, I might not use that particular level of lighting, or I might not use this particular technique, but the concept or the reasoning behind it could go somewhere else and therefore elevate me in that space. So it's like, but the information's there. But people are going to say, oh, I know how to do this thing. And then they go, here's a rock. Like I just said, here's a rock. Turn it around. Like, no, I don't need a UI lesson.
Well, here's the difference. The thing I'll explain is there's a difference between tool and toy.
Yes.
And like here's the conversation I had with in SIGGRAPH with a couple of people, that we referred to stuff as dollhouse, which was people go in. It is, like I said, let's use an example. This is going to get me in a lot of trouble, but Daz. It's Daz. Daz is what I call dollhouse. Well, because I even, like, I've gotten in trouble saying this, and I'll say it again, is that every single goddamn image of Daz is the same thing. Yeah. It is. It's usually a woman in a pose in an outfit. Okay. It is. But it is. But then
it's true. It's so true.
It's sadly, but I have seen some people go the extra distance and make book covers and get really creative with said book covers. They went beyond the dollhouse into, it's not a toy. They went beyond from toy to tool. And iClone, there's going to be some people who do stuff like toys, but they want to go into tools. And here's the difference. Like, I get a question with Unreal Engine. People think Unreal Engine is a toy. It's not. It's a tool.
No, it's a monster.
A tool.
It's a monster, man.
Especially lighting. If you cannot light in iClone, which I'm going to say 95% of iClone users cannot, because it's not. And keep in mind, I used to be but yeah, it's just like I said, the Unreal Engine is a tool. It's not a toy. And I even said this, why I called Render Trap, because I mentioned it with that interview with Warlord, is that there's some iClone directors like, oh, I want to go to Unreal because it looks better. But yeah, you got to know how to light. if you know how to work with it. And mind you, I looked at, like, when I first got into SIGGRAPH, like when they started to explain the live link, I wanted to know everything. I went in, completely went in, asked Epic, went into their little computer lab thing, found out how to kind of really drilled it in. I asked questions. I just drove everybody nuts because I kept asking questions. Okay, how does this work? How does this work? How does this work? I had no experience in Unreal. So, and not only that, but I also I also drove Ton Roosendahl crazy because I asked him a few questions, but he was nice enough to answer, you know.
Yeah.
And I was in this, funny enough, I sat in the same table with everybody just discussing stuff. It was fun, but the idea was like just Unreal is like this, like it's just like this. So I see JS films, and no disrespect, I see it, especially with AI tools. It's a toy.
Disrespect. Oh, disrespect. Go ahead.
I just see it between toy and tool. Toy and tool are two different things. You can experiment with said tool and break it, and that's what, you know, I've done for a couple. Like I spent at least a year in Unreal just breaking it. And not only that, but there are certain things I found out. Like a good example is that separate translucency thing.
Yeah, saved my ass quite a few times.
Because I looked into that, I'm like, because I used to do that render after DOF thing with every single shader, then I realized, oh, I don't need it. Wait a second. There has to be a different way of doing it. So I went in and looked at the project settings, looked at the rendering thing, because I looked at a couple of videos, like someone explaining lighting and everything, like how to break down lights in the project settings. I'm like, isn't there one? There should be one for translucency, because I saw translucency. So I went in, I saw separate translucency, looked up the manual, saw, oh, sweet, it removes that issue. So I unchecked it and it worked. Oh, it's easy to do. It's in your project settings.
What was the main reason for that? For like hair or eyes or both?
It's eyes. It's also anything with like glass. Glass will do that.
That. All right, you okay. You got me right, because I imported one of my models in there. I was like, man, his eyes, and I was like, I know I just heard one talk about Ben did something. I just couldn't remember what, but I got you locked in. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But yeah, it's the eyes. It's also anything with translucency. So it's very distracting, and I see people.
You would think they would just put it at the front. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think it's a memory saving thing. I think that's why they did it. It's to save memory. But for filmmaking, you don't really need to worry about video memory as much, unless rendering is a different story because it's going to crash. That's why I don't render in 4K. I only render in 1080. But I have a little I like to do I like the MRQ because you can go into console variables and you can actually you can really make some good high render, really good stuff. And you can do anti-aliasing, you can do ambient occlusion and all that stuff with the console commands, with the console variables. I just wish I have a better graphics card. I'm still on a 2080. So I'm still rendering with that. I was looking into a 4090 at one point, but I would have to rebuild the entire computer. I just bought a suit instead.
I'm thinking about I was going to get a 4080, but I'm thinking I'm going to get a 4070, and wait for the next gen, the 50 series to come out, because this I don't know what NVIDIA did this time around, but this gen of GPUs fight balls. It's just
bring it out too fast. They release it too quick.
I don't know what it was. Last gen 3060 outclasses the 4060. Ti. It's horrible, and they're giving us really bad product. For more expensive. Current gen stuff can't really hold up to the last gen stuff, so I'm I was all for getting a 4080. I was like, wait a minute, man. I mean, you could put a 4080 up against the 7900 XTX, and actually you could put it up against a fucking 7900 XT, and the XT will beat it, and I'm like, that's not good, So I'm saying I'm just gonna just like either I buy a 4070 or I just wait till the 50 series come out next year. It's either one or two. I mean, I need the extra VRAM so I can like really get into Unreal Engine and do a lot of shit. But like I said, I'm kind of like if I buy it now, I don't know if I'll even buy the 50 series. So I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait because there's supposed to be the super cards coming out. The 40
TIs or whatever.
Not the TIs, they're called supers. The TIs are out. The supers are the one that's gonna have like you're gonna have a 4070 with 16 gigabytes of RAM. You're gonna have a 4080 with like 20 gigs of RAM. So I'm just waiting to see if they're gonna actually bring those cards out. Now they talked about them. They bringing a 4060 out with 16 gigabytes of RAM, but it's gonna have like 128 like bus on it, which is like it's gonna perform not that good. It's not gonna perform like it should if it had like 258, 56 or whatever. Bit of what was it, cache or something like that? I forgot. But yeah, I mean, just wait. I'm still rocking the 2070, so it's working fine to me, so I'm just gonna just wait. And if they bullshit me again with these super cards, I'm just gonna buy a fucking 3060 12 gigabyte. You can get those for like $300 now. The price of those have dropped so much, so
yeah,
I'll probably get a 3060 and be happy, because I have enough.
Yeah,
you run a 3060 12 gig. Yeah, I mean that's exactly what I need, because like I said, like remember I was telling you about the scene that I had bought. And I said I tried to load it up and it started acting goofy, and it's because I don't have my the VRAM. It's not a VRAM. So I'm like, so I was gonna say, well, I get
something I learned too about this particular. Well, it may be just my personal setup, but because dude is monster that put this bitch together. But but I do know I can't say this for any other program, because I know with Blender, depending on the load, if it gets within, I want to say 85 to 86% of the VRAM, it'll instantly start dumping to the main RAM. And that was beautiful because it made my scene keep running. Because I got a scene for the film that's so the damn thing 5 gigs by itself.
Right.
No characters in it.
Damn.
So once I start, this is no textures running, just by itself. So once I run the textures, it instantly cranked me up to the full 12. But then you'll hear it crank back, and I'm like, oh. And then the system memory will go up to like 16 or 17, and then boom, I'm talking about run smooth. No,
the 3060 is a really good card for people like us, who need. I mean, basically because of the VRAM. It's got the VRAM.
It run beautiful.
If you're running a computer with an 8 gig GPU, well, guess what? It's not gonna happen.
Hey, you understand? I came from a 4 gig, so.
Yeah, I when you told me what you had, I laughed. I'm like, oh my god. Yeah, that's what
I'm like, but I hadn't upgraded a computer since 15, so it was like, so 14 actually. So yeah,
when in doubt, cheat.
Oh, since Ben is here, hey Ben, tell him about Galactic Blitz.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta tell me. I was watching one of the episodes a little while ago.
I've seen worse, to be honest. I've seen Wonder Boy. I've seen the Woggle Bug movie. I've seen Man from Schenectady.
What's worse, the Woggle Bug or the guy from Schenectady? What's worse? I'd say the Woggle. The Woggle. I'm about to go with both of them because the way you said it, I'm like,
it's hard to tell. I think
the Woggle's the worst shit out there.
How much did I?
What is it? The Woggle Bug's Adventure in New York.
No, it's something silly in the Woggle Bug or something, because I remember this is something.
Whatever it is, it's definitely some iClone stuff.
It is. It's iClone. It's iClone 7, which I hate to be mean, but this is something I do warn iClone people about, is when you charge $7 for a movie, make sure it's good. For God's sakes. Like you don't want to be the room. You don't want to be the butt of the joke. You don't want to be the so bad. Oh my God, you got a cult following.
Well, that movie, the Woggle Bug, I thought I saw all the worst iClone movies I could ever see, until Ben came up in my messenger and was like, "Oh no!" Like, "Oh no, what?" I clicked on that shit. I was like, "Oh damn!"
And keep in mind, this guy was like an outsider to the iClone community because I saw on my front page, and I knew exactly what that movie he was talking about. I'm like, "Oh dear God, it made it."
This guy came and he was talking like he lost hours of his life that he'll never get back. I was like,
somebody, was it some YouTuber Andy King?
Yeah,
He talking about he said he watched it.
Yeah,
in his title says this low budget animated movie gave me nightmares.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I sent one gun that one, and I saw that one like right in the front page.
That's
I was
a
like,
favor
"Oh,
you didn't
shit."
have to. That's a favor you didn't have to give me, man. I mean, like, whoa. I'm like, damn. I'm
Yeah,
like,
'cause
I
it's-
thought
it's just one of these is
I thought Ben was trying
Sylvie?
to troll me. Yeah. Wogglebug.
In the
Sylvie
Wogglebug movie.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I thought Ben and his boy Joster had made this, and they're trying to troll me. And I was like, no, Ben wouldn't do this.
we both, Joster and I, have thought about like making one of those on our own because we have there is the Wogglebug model. Originally, we had you ever seen the Orkin commercials where like some random person will open the door and there's this giant bug talking to them?
Oh yeah.
And they get run off by the Orkin man. We thought about doing those kind of commercials, just because.
Now the person who's that one thing. Oh no, filter. Oh, this is something you said a long time ago. Oh, okay, I'm catching up.
You said the Wogglebug, and then it was the what the other
Galactic Blitz.
No,
It's
and
Wonder
another one you
Boy.
just
There's a
Wonder
film
Boy.
called Wonder Boy, which was, I mean,
Wait. Ben worked on one of those movies though. Don't let Ben fool you. He worked on one of those movies.
No.
I just want to know what he's about.
what movie? No. When it comes to like disaster projects, like that I had a hand in, it was a completely different community. That was Fallout: The Frontier. I made an interior for that, which is a no.
Oh man.
Sharknado sells, man. Everybody waits.
Oh, it does sell. I mean, Asylum movies know what they are. Like they know what they are. They're trash movies. They're B trash movies. They don't take themselves seriously.
But Sci-Fi Channel movies is what they're talking about.
Yeah, they're just they're there just for they're there to make B movie crap, and they know it. They're not trying to make something. The thing, like, let's say with like, here's the thing. I think I'm trying not to be mean or kick down or punch down Cynthia for making Wogglebug. You made the movie at least, but if you're gonna charge people $7, please just at least have some idle animation or something that can at least put in like have some knowledge. Like, here's my first iClone movie, and here's the reality. I got iClone 4 for free because I won it in a competition. And I remember my impression of iClone very well. I thought this was shit. Like, oh my God, it's dancing videos. Oh, this looks horrible. What? This program sucks. I wanted Movie Storm. I won Movie Storm as well. And I wanted to work with Movie Storm because, god dang, there were filmmakers who knew what they were doing with Movie Storm. But they never delivered Movie Storm to me. Those people never gave me Movie Storm. Like, the people behind the company
too, though.
Yeah, it fell apart. They never gave me the freaking free copy. iClone did, so I was like, all right, fine, I'll work with iClone, whatever. I don't. God, and
a legend was born.
Well, the funny thing was, Warlord said, "Oh, Ben getting iClone was probably the best thing for iClone a long time," or he said something along the lines because I worked with the movies game, like I did Machinima with that. So, and that's a program that'll teach you how to work with patience, because you have to like learn how to work with this animation. So I released my first short, which One Gun, you remember Shitten, right?
Yeah. I remember that.
Shitten is an interesting filmmaker because his filmography includes films like Gutter Bitches.
My favorite movie. That I saw this show, like, what the fuck did I just watch? I dare watch it again?
Like, he is good at technical stuff. He knows what he's doing. So he saw my first work. He knows what I'm capable of, and he just shreds my film. He's like, "Oh, it sucks. The lighting sucks. This sucks.
Wait,
You have your
He's-
characters."
He said your film sucked. Has he looked at his shit?
Well, he was working with iClone 4, so
I'm saying, what? Like, oh, I saw the Gutter bitch. Hey, that shit was off the wall.
But it was like compared to other iClone work at the time, it was technically good.
Well, okay, if you put it that way, yes, it was.
So
Yes, it
he
was.
knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. So when everyone's like, "Oh, defend him," I'm like, "No, I want to listen to what he has to say." You're like, I might not be a fan of his work, but he knows what he's doing technically. So
Right.
I spent 6 months. I asked him a couple of questions, and I learned 6 months of playing around, tweaking with iClone. I realized, oh my god, this is not that bad. It's a good tool. It's just everybody else doesn't like. They don't do basic stuff. They don't work with the movies. They don't know how to do workarounds. They don't like, especially facial expressions, camera moves. Because I keep in mind, I'm a cameraman in college. When I did film schools, I was a camera person. So, like, that's why that's why I go Gordon Ramsay on one gun all the time when it comes to camera.
Yeah, he does all the time.
Because I'm the person who shot films in school. Like I knew exactly how to frame, how to tell a story, how to.
That's what. Yeah, I'm saying. See, Ben comes from actual filming. I mean, I come from animation. Well, the way I did shit back then, I didn't really use film techniques. I just used animation techniques. Right.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, I had that stuff when I was in school, but I didn't care for it because I wanted to make shit move.
Yep.
That's all I concentrated on. I was like, I would go through my courses, do my photography classes, do that shit, pass those with D's and C's. I didn't give a fuck. I was like, wait till I get back to animation class. That's where I excelled at, But yeah, but when it came to actually filming, that was like, damn, that's why I tell me to learn that stuff. Cool.
It's a different story. Like
Different story, yeah.
Because you can animate well, but if you can't shoot,
right. And so I had to learn for like the last couple of years. I had to learn it. I had to get into learning. I started learning through Ben because Ben was telling me the right places to go and check this out. Look at this. Yeah, he got a lot of knowledge to share, man. And I mean, that's why I tell people, like, yeah, don't just watch me for the good shit. People go over to Ben's channel, watch his shit because he does some real good filming stuff. He does some real good film stuff to go over. I just show people how to make stuff move, look right, and fix shit. But he's the one. If you want your shit to look right, when other people want to watch it, talk to Ben.
Yeah. But 4413 media.
Crabby guy. The
Yeah,
crabby
pissed
guy.
off, angry man. Pissed off,
angry man.
Right now, but that's the thing. Like I came from I used to work with those heavy JVC cameras in school before they switched to P2. So, like, I knew how to carry a camera around. But the one thing there's one thing that pissed me off about iClone people. I even wrote like an article for Renderosity magazine. Like, there's two things I hated. I think it was a draft somewhere. One, I hated when people never used a close up. They always filmed like from far away, but when it came to using like a certain angle, they're not afraid. Like I can't, like, me and one guy always, like, we knew how to cut to a close up. He was good, and he was a self-taught filmmaker, so we knew like how to work with it, and we kind of bounced ideas off. And so when I was filming in my first film, funny enough, made it to a film festival in Poland alongside with like all the best of machinima at the time. So they included iClone. And this guy approached me and he asked me, "Oh, I loved your iClone film. It was my first one. We wanted to put it on the film festival." Okay, sure. So it was alongside like Rooster Teeth stuff and a whole bunch of really amazing machinima. I'm like, so I asked him, like, "Why did you select my film?" It's like, it was the only good iClone film we could find.
Oh man! Wow. Yeah.
I was
yeah, that's before my time, folks. Listen, before I bought iClone, I had to do some research on it. And when I do my research on iClone, when I would go on YouTube, it's like iClone movies made with iClone, and you get like a shitload of turds, man. You know, and you run across maybe a Mark Pleasant film or a Warlord film or a Biggs Trek or here and there, but you know, most of that shit was just garbage. You know, it was just like
it was mostly hidden behind the scenes. Like I don't know how much he looked into it, but I was like, oh crap. It just like that was my first film. That was my first serious film, and this was rendered on. If you want like really like want to know what my computer was, I did. That was an old HP monitor film. Like I had an old HP monitor, like HP laptop. I could not render, like literally could not render real time. I had to wait 4 or 5 hours per shot or something because it would heat up too much. So I put it under like a fan and kept it away. Came back an hour and waited.
you went to GPU like 1 megabyte or something. Damn,
it was like an old crappy, like literally it was the old crappy Best Buy laptops you get for like $400 or something at the time.
Yeah, those are pretty crappy. I had
and
one.
then yeah, you know how those like when I built my first pre-built, not my pre-built, my first custom built. Yep. I built the custom built and suddenly everything ran in real time for the first time. I was like, oh my God. Everything was all lighting up. And this was like
I was missing. That's what I was missing.
That was the first Sky Girl film. That was my first time I got to do. Everything before that was I just hit the button, walked away for a couple hours, came back, and if it was wrong, I redid it.
You talking like you walked away for a couple of days. Shit.
So, I mean, if anyone wants, oh, it takes too long, like, you should have seen what happened to me.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that kind of like hurt Indigo Renderer, where like people, you know, iClone people try to use something high end, and they were angry because they didn't get those instant render results from like you do in iClone, and it was like, oh, it's worthless. And think about it, it wasn't worth it. It was Indigo Renderer was pretty good. You know, it was ray tracing. You could ray trace in it. You could do lighting effects. You could do a whole bunch of cool shit. And I still used it up until last year until it stopped working. You know, but you know, they replaced it with the iRay, and I said, you know what, this shit's gonna last for like a year or two, and then they just gonna just stop using it because these iClone folks are not going to use it. They're not, you know, they're not going to use it. So they went ahead, you know, got rid of Indigo RT, went with this fucking iRay shit, and guess what? Nobody used it. The motherfuckers bought it. Say, oh, it takes too long. Same thing that was with the Indigo render. It takes too long. I don't like it. It's a waste. So I'm like, no, it's not. iRay render is pretty good. It's just that, you know, it takes input. Whatever you put in it is what you're going to get out. You know, so if you're doing bad, ugly shit, you're gonna get bad, ugly renders. I mean, that's all it is, you know. So now they're gonna discontinue it. 3D Spinks keep me on that. She's like, yeah, they're gonna discontinue it.
I mean, I've only used it maybe like when Jamie and I were trying to do Sky Girl. We originally went with iRay with Blender in the background, and we just kind of realized, yeah, that wasn't going to be worth it.
Yeah, so
she and I suggested let's work with Unreal, and nothing ever happened.
Right. It was you actually, Ben. It was you who got me into Unreal because I'm like, I'm never gonna use Unreal. Screw y'all. I'm gonna stay with iClone 7 until I die. Like I saw Ben. What did you do? You did something. You was doing something, demoing something. I was like, damn, that looks good. I was like, what is in Unreal? And I got iClone. I said, fuck it. I just went ahead and did it. I went ahead. I think the first thing I did was that I think it's that fight scene with the guy in the armor and shit like that. I was playing around with it. And it came out looking good. And I started. Then I knew I was going to be using it because I kept on buying stuff in the marketplace. And once I said, I was like, "Damn, yeah." I was like, "Damn, you know what, man? I'm stuck here. I'm stuck." You know, so that's how I got started into iClone because of Ben. Because Ben messed me up. You know, I said, "Damn, I can't go back now." You know, I can't
I'm
go
a bad
back.
influence.
Yeah, you screwed me over, man. I started spending money on I would go to the marketplace. Though I went to marketplace, got all the free shit I possibly could, and I just started adding to my library. My library is huge as hell. It's huge. I got shit that I don't think I'm ever going to use, but I buy it anyway because it was on sale. Ben put the little link up there. Look what's on sale. Oh shit, buy it. Yeah. So yeah, Ben pretty much screwed my Vegas trip pretty bad.
Sorry, well, Vegas isn't that great.
yeah, but I've been in Unreal. I think I've been in Unreal since 2020 September 2021. That's when I started, and I've been with it ever since, man. I don't even do final renders in Icon no more. I mean, everything I do is made for Unreal Engine now. Because it's just a great platform to for to a final product. The only thing I had to learn was the EXR format. I had to learn that. And then I found out you don't even have to use that all the time. You just use JPEG or PNG, so it just depends. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I do.
Yeah,
What,
Ben
EXR?
does.
Yeah, I use it because of the color range.
Yeah, I use it out of Blender, but that's only because, like I said, the not just the range, but also it's smaller.
Yeah, it is. It is smaller. It's better, So, yeah. So I used when I got into using XR, when I actually got Unreal Engine down to like I was satisfied that I knew enough to actually start making more stuff in it. It's with that Archive Infinity thing I did, that little promo I did with the guy flying through space. He had the space station and shit back there. And after I did that with the EXR format and everything. That's my first time using it, was in that video. I was able to take it into After Effects and do all the masking and shit. It was so nice. And then when everything got done, you saw the results. It looked real good. I got people like, damn, how'd you do that? It's like, I don't know to this day. I just know I use Unreal Engine. I'm sticking with it. I'm just sticking with it, all right? Because it's a big difference. I mean, that music video I did, I was originally going to do that for Unreal Engine, but I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and just stick this over here. If people like it, then I'll take it to Unreal Engine. So.
Well, the one thing is reason why I go into the Unreal Engine is it's set design. Like, it's not the look, really.
Yeah.
It's set design. I'm making a James Bond film. How long was that going to take? It took forever to build an iClone, but it took the sets would take me like at least a day or so in Unreal. I can just build the sets, I can snap, I can work with a bunch of stuff, and it looks pretty good. Plus, also there's Ultra Dynamic Sky.
Yeah,
that's kind of like, nope, I'm not going back to iClone. I'm not going back.
Yeah, Ultra Dynamic Sky. Yeah, that changed my life, man. Because when Ben told me, like, man, get this, I'm like, man, I ain't buying that. They're like, well, I want a Sky for it. I mean, it comes with the Sky rating. No, look what you can do. I was like, that's like, okay, I gotta get it. So I waited for it to go. I waited like 6 months for it to finally go on sale, and I bought it. I'm like, I got it. And boy, it does. Like, let's see, what did I use that on? I used that on I used it on a bunch of things. I got this one scene I made where the helicopter was flying through the city, and I used the rain, fog, and thunderstorm, and that shit looks so good, man. I'm like, damn, this looks good.
Those are the characters that you're using for that shot, Ibis. They look nice right now. I know you had been having trouble with what they look like.
Yeah. You probably got post volume effects in there. Bunch of shit there.
It'll crash your system, but
it's gonna crash your system, but yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Uh, the,
No,
the
what you do is you go into the marketplace and you find something that's lit properly and you buy that. That's just
no. The most important thing is you got to learn how to like the first thing I tell people who want to get into Unreal is learn to build a set. Build a set before you bring in characters. Learn how.
Right.
Okay, work with this lighting. Know the difference between a rectangular, a spot, and a point light. And if you can work with those and you know how to work, how to handle that, and you can just film something, like you don't need to film characters in yet, but build something, know what decals, that's another thing that I love more than iClone doesn't have a decal option. I wish it did because it'll make life a lot easier. Because just imagine like when I was doing street graffiti, I can just slap it in. Not only that, but the bridge between Quicksoul.
I think it's so funny that he's mentioning these things like you're talking about Ultra Dynamic Sky, Pure Sky, Blender. When he mentioned decals, I'm like, I got a thing called image to decal. Boom, instant. I'm talking about instant. Bam. Like I just literally click it, boom, push it on. And I was like, dude, I'm like, do not get me wrong. This is not a Blender over. It's like, no, it's like when I start thinking about the reason why I would use Unreal for a project is to get to the render.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's it. It has the rest of it. I do not need it. I have the ability and the tools right where I'm sitting, but for a workflow and I'm on a large production, I'm like, do we have a Unreal guy? Yeah. All right, cool. I'm sending this shit to you now. Like, it's like, because everything's set. You just like, I'm sending you the shots of what this looked like from where I'm at. Now replicate.
Yep.
Because I oh, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Because it's what it comes down to. I agree with B, and it's like if you don't know, the issue is most people have never dealt with the lights, and I keep telling them, look in your room, look outside. Like stop trying to mimic the final look of a film that you saw on the movie because they have, I'm just gonna say, the movie filter attached to it. Why? Because there were the color grade and all those things were done, but you also got to understand most films have a certain look on top of that. So it's like some films you look at it, the whole movie is kind of blue, the whole movie. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you trying to get that right now. No, stupid. Learn how to get the light to look like light. Don't get it.
Well,
yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yep. No.
I don't use sluts no more. I don't use it no more. It makes it it just makes it look bad.
I don't have reason to.
I got it. I mean, I used to use it a lot. When I first got it, I used to use it a lot. It's like, oh man, this looks cool. But then when you look after you look at it for a while, it's like this looks dirty, muddy.
Yeah, it looks blown out. Yeah, because the information's already there.
Yeah, it's bad.
You're just oversaturating highlights, oversaturating shadows, and it's just like, ugh, like no, it's supposed to be a log raw cut, and you're not doing a log raw cut. Now, I actually did a test using I was still using DaVinci 15 because I hadn't updated, and that was on the old PC. But I rendered a couple of shots just straight log. And I was like, ooh, that just looks so 1920s TV, but whatever, right? So I put it in there. I hit it with a default that they had in there, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's nice. But when I did that, I was like, well, let me see the difference. And once I saw the difference between doing it with all the information there and then sending it over and putting the LUT on, I was like, ugh, like this probably be okay if it was a comic book. Like it looked like crap. So I was like, yeah, don't people are doing it. I'm telling you, man, I've said this shit 1,000 times. People think they're going into these programs like an Unreal, like a iClone, like a Blender, like it's like I agree with it, like it's a toy, but not just that, but they're going in trying to replicate what they think they see. Now, understanding the thing you're looking at is the end result of all the things done up to that point, and they're like, well, why don't I get that look? Because you didn't do the things they did to get to that point.
You ain't do your homework, kid.
You don't know a guy, all right? You don't know a guy.
Like I mean, I know. I mean, people ask me, like, how do you get your stuff to look like that? I'm like, what you mean? What? Explain to me what you mean by stuff. It's how you get the cameras to do what they do and people make the movement. I was like, well, it just comes from getting in the program and playing around with it. Understanding like, you don't have to know everything about filming, but just enough to get you started. And once you get started, it's going to be like a drill. You're going to come back and do more experimentation. Nobody does filming by the book. It's all, but they will experiment. That's how you get like these specialty directors that have a certain look to their film. You get a certain look to your film because you took the time and you did your testing, you did your experimentation, and you came up with something that nobody else has done. And that's what makes you unique.
The most important thing I would say is like, just go see what color does or what an angle does. Like, I'm not sure if I'm loading my screen up or something, but I just want to kind of break down what I do for lighting, for like how I light a scene in Unreal. I think it said my share screen is loading. Oh,
it's up though. It's up.
So something like this. So you can see kind of an example here. So with this camera, this is actually kind of a couple of settings here. And let's go through here, even though I got to kind of redo a scene here because I'm actually going to be reanimating the character. But yeah, you kind of see where the light sources are. There's one here, and that's the first thing I tell people. Like, I did a stream last night. I took it down because it was just kind of me just rambling for a couple hours.
He's probably ranting about them kids on his line again, and this time he stole his water hose, so he was just angry.
But there's something I really hate is when people put in point light, but they don't put like a light source or anything that you can see in front of the camera. It's okay to have it behind the camera, or if you have something like a rectangular light or rectangular light or a box light. Like if it's behind the camera and it's shining on the character, that's fine. But I see things like this all the time.
Yeah, that doesn't work. I tried,
and it sucks. But this looks like, boom, you immediately know the character's a couple stops. This is kind of lighting I work with. I see this lighting, so I kind of reflect. I don't really rely on lumen. I see this happen a lot with iClone directors, which would they rely on lumen. They rely on just the emission, but to be honest, the emission is not great, so just use a box light. And you kind of...
Yeah, that's what don't keep on.
And I'm happy with this scene, how because I also plan out like how I'm actually planning out the blocking. So for her, she's going to animate. Actually, I have another character who's going to stand right here, so I got to know where I put the camera, where I put the character in, how they're going to pretend, how they're going to interact, because these two are going to share the same camera. One character is going to stand over there.
Wait a minute, what's this stuff came out of a free? Ain't that free stuff you got in there?
Free stuff?
Yeah, like a lot of free stuff in the marketplace.
Yep. That's what I got.
I love the marketplace. I love the marketplace.
Free stuff.
Free stuff. I'm like,
and I think it's cool that you're showing that because of I started smiling because I was like, dude, if I'd sat back and just did a video, it would be about 3 hours long of me just talking about all the shit I do to set up, just to start shooting. And then I'm like, and then once I start, it's like, boom. And then people, how you getting shots done? Because I took a day to do all of this right here. Like a one full day. When I say full day, I mean like it's 2 o'clock in the morning when I go lay down. And I started at 7. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm setting up, I done got the set straight, I got my lighting where I want to get this, blah, 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 blah. So when I hear this, I'm like, yeah, I just can't do nothing but smile. I go, there it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless I'm just doing something fast where I can just drop something there, boom, boom. Now the workflow is there, so I know exactly what I want. It's like when he's saying, do you know how to use these lights? And I'm like, yeah, I have to deal with them all the time because those exact lights are in the program I'm in. So I'm like, okay, cool. But how do I want to use them here? All right, I'm going to use this. I'm going to do that. Because because again, if you go into that space, this particular space you're showing, man, that's what it looked like in that space.
Yeah.
But people wanted to be too dark or too light. And I'm like, no, like that's like where it's dark is where it's dark, bro. Like we don't need no light in that space. Like that space right there, right there. You see how dark it is in there? That's what the fuck it looked like.
Yeah.
Like if it's unless there's a light in there, it's supposed to be dark. You feel me?
But in a lot of
I don't mean
like,
black, just dark. You know what I'm saying?
But in a lot of stuff like governed by mood though, because maybe like I don't know what Ben was doing for this scene, but you know, if it was like a darker thing about to happen, the scene would have been darker, right?
Yep. Well, I mean
well, there's a reason why.
Right.
Yeah.
You want to see details. The reason why I made this a little dark is this is where the main character is going to stand right here, and she's isolated. So I want to kind of make her stand out, make her a little more isolated. These two characters pretty much are fully lit. You know, they're together, they work together. The main character is a complete stranger, an outsider. Basically, they extort her to do something for them. So she's off on her own. They have their thing. And that's how I kind of think about when I light these things. And that's another thing. It's more lighting is more than just sticking a lamp right in front of the character's face.
And then, it's something I noticed too that most people don't follow either is that depending on the shot, not the scene, because the whole scene is going to be you're going to get a certain level of variation, but that one shot the lighting might alter ever so slightly. Like the lights might rotate into a different direction, or they may end up using a greater volume of brightness on the field light that's filling that shot from that angle, so that you can get that detail on the character. Because really, the background is just there as an accompaniment, so we don't really need to see the wall that much because there's a certain level of DOF that's already on it. But that's what I was looking. I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm saying something like understanding what you're doing, and I agree with I just said. It's like, yeah, like you're gonna shape the shot most likely in the lighting most likely for that tone, and yeah, you might make it darker, but I can still make it darker and it'd be bright as shit outside. And I don't mean darker in the sense of the lighting, but the storytelling, because it's just like looking at a movie where there's a tragic moment. They didn't make the sun dimmer because this person got shot in the head and his daughter died. Like, but it is one of those things where the shot might get tighter. You know what I'm saying? So it's certain things like that. I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Clearly, yeah. I'm not saying I know you've been on movie sets, but like one of the shots you did for what was it? Olympus Has Fallen. They were doing the shot for it was a night shot, and bruh, they had floodlights out that bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like flood, like the scene. I mean, dude, it looked like day out there. But when you look at the movie, all of that's been cut down. So you just get this real specific. Yeah. So that exactly. So I'm just like telling people, I'm like, y'all. I say, so for me, I'm like, as a filmmaker, I'm like, well, I know what they do, but that don't mean I'm going to do it. But I get why they do it. You feel me? So it's like, but then there's moments where I will implement that in a certain space because I'm like, okay, I know when I do my final, this is going to be this area here is going to definitely be like muted. So I just need it bright so I can see what I'm doing and also be able to make sure that all of the components are for the next scene are set up. But this part here, this space in this corner is going to be muted. Like Ben was saying, like this corner right where the character stage right here, it's going to be isolated. This and that. That's why it's muted. It's not. But if you really went into that space, real life, it would look like that. You know what I'm saying? So,
boom.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I agree with the whole thing of the close up, because a lot of people I've noticed, especially when they say iClone, I was like, yeah, I've noticed it a lot in iClone. With iClone, wannabe films, short films, whatever,
Flat.
where there's a lot of wide ash. I'm like, why are they so
No,
far
that but
back?
it's flat.
Yeah,
The
not just,
shots
well, I'm not
are
even just talking about. I'm
flat.
talking about. I'm saying I'm including the camera into this. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
So like I'm like, why are you so far back? And then the lights are just it's just so flood. It's matter of fact, do you have like it's just global lighting? Like, what is this? So yeah, it's flat, it's waxy, it's I don't even know what to say. The well, maybe because they're older. I don't know. Does it look like it's older? Some of them are old as hell, but I've seen some closer up to that. We're like, ooh, like
Well,
what is going on there?
The reason why is that most iClone films are flat. There's no sense of lighting because the default lighting setup is a blank canvas.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's basically just a very flat. Because this look
pseudo white background.
Yeah, one thing is there's depth here. There's shadows here playing here in the back. There's this light that gives you a little bit, just a little bit something you can want keep your eye on. But the most thing, there's a difference between this character and what's in the background. And here, and that is huge in filmmaking. You want your characters to unless you want them to be completely in the background, but every single iClone film doesn't have this depth.
Yeah,
they don't, and this is not just something that's Unreal is better than iClone or anything like that. You can do this in iClone. The best iClone artists are people who light. You can make this as good as iClone, but you just need to know how to light in it.
Right.
You need to know depth and shadow and what color does. Because keep in mind, there's something you kind of noticed. Did I use any bright white light?
No, like you do all blue, maybe some warm
Blue.
Yeah.
I don't work with white light because why? It's terrible. It doesn't look good.
White light. I never. My lights are either gonna have a bluish tone, something close to a reddish orange, or like a yellowish green.
My favorite thing is the color temperature. Even though I didn't use it here, I know exactly tungsten light is 3250 degrees Kelvin. 3250. Boom. Once you know it, and once you can implement that and start working with what the power of 3250 can do, I think I have where's my fill? I have a light here.
I told somebody one time, you want to get your lights right? I say, okay, the spaces you trying to do this in, find one of those spaces and look up at their lights and see what it looked like and use that temperature. It's like, well, I say, because that's what you're doing anyway. I mean, it's just like if I got a physical camera and I looked at the settings on that physical camera and then came into whatever program I'm using and it gives me the ability to change that setting, change it to that setting. Like most people don't know their cell phone can do a lot of that stuff if they have the right phone anyway, not all of them, but I know mine can, where I can go in and I can deal with my ISO. I can deal with the white balance. I can deal with I'm saying on the pro camera level and go in and do all this stuff and say, okay, let's shoot a film. Like, and most people don't go that far because they, like I said earlier, they just when they click it, oh, let's just do the thing. Like, no, dude, somebody did that. Like, so yeah, go ahead.
Yep,
that's nice. That's nice. That's right there. It's nice, man.
Right here. So blue, orange, which I kind of looked at evening. Like the one thing I tell people is know what color temperature is. If you could actually replicate daylight, golden hour, you can do sunlight, moonlight. Yeah. Moonlight's more like an orangish color, which is weird. This thing I have to build a light source around it.
But wait, moonlight is nothing but reflected light from the sun, so yeah, it's gonna be orange.
Yeah. But these little things here, putting on my little camera, which I love this little thing because this is just basically a camera plug-in. Yeah, but
not all light.
The way he slipped in and just like, wait.
Well, okay,
got him, coach.
Yeah, you want to be more technical. We don't actually see light; we just see the chemical reaction that light hits.
But once you kind of study and look at lights and see, okay, this orange thing, then there's blue, and not only that, but you can also play with color, see how